Oh, and there's no music. Hold up. This is like my morning coffee. I need it. Hello, everyone. Welcome to another day of the JOB-A-THON. The 12th day, actually. 12 days in a row. Well, excluding weekends, because obviously we only work on the weekdays. We're trying to have a healthy work-life balance here. We have worked every single weekday for 12 days straight. We are on here within the first 5 minutes every single time. Well, yeah, no, I would say that that's about true. It is 9:03. Typically, I get here between 9 and 9:05. If I ever start stream after 9, then there's a problem. I have been setting that standard. If I ever stream past 9, then I will be donating a sub for every 15 minutes that I am late. But we're here again, another day of the JOB-A-THON. And today is an interesting one because we're actually very close to being out of to-dos. We have one with Carrie, which we were going to do today, but she needs some time to do her thing. She needs to relax. That makes it sound really aggressive. She needs to take care of herself. And so today, she just felt like she wasn't going to be up for it, and that's okay. That is totally fine to take some time to take care of yourself. So we're going to come back to it. We're going to play bingo at some point again. But today, we have no to-dos. We were going to do the cooking thing today, but like, again, that logistically needs a little bit of preparation. So if I can get it working tomorrow. Oh, actually tomorrow is going to be continuing the Red GM map because we haven't finished that yet. We got to 1,000 meters in Summit, not the Summit, just lowercase s Summit, which means that we have to finish that. And hopefully another 8 hours will get us closer, at least to 2,000 meters. If we can get to 2,000 meters, I'll be happy. But that does mean that, like, oh my god, I can't even imagine how 3,000 meters must be. Anyway, all that to say, we have almost no to-dos. Yo, hi, the thumbnail is mirrored. The 12th. No way. Pfft, mirrored? No. Come on. Who are you talking to? You think it would be mirrored? There's no way it's mirrored. There's no way it's mirrored. No, not a chance in hell. Hello, Corolla YouTube. How's it going? So today, what are we going to do? If we have no to-dos, what is there to do? Well, I have a lot of things that are on my backlog that I just need to get done. So, for instance, I need to finish Denny percent. I have not finished learning Denny percent in its entirety. I started going through all of the checkpoints and started doing ILs, but I have to continue that trend. So we have to get back on it, do a couple of, so we have that. I get to do what I want for the afternoons if we don't have any to-dos. Because we're not just gonna stop streaming. We still have to work. We have to keep ourselves busy doing something. So, also, I just realized we were getting a lot of lurks from some random account created 8 hours ago. Well, that was annoying. Anyway, let's make sure that they're banned at the very least. So, go look out for a job. Thank you, Jungle. So yeah, that's gonna be the plan today. We're gonna be doing a little bit of Denny percent stuff. If I'm feeling up for it, maybe I'll do some any percent stuff. If I'm feeling up for it, maybe I'll finish Deltarune. I do want to make this a time where I can finish games that I've started. So who knows? We'll see. We'll see what. Basically, I get to choose. If I want to do game dev for the afternoon, I'm doing game dev in the afternoon. Unless someone tells me what to do. Which you can do with either $10 for half an hour, $20 for a full hour, or 3 subs for half an hour, or 5 subs for a full hour. So, however you choose, it will be done. You better text me before you play Deltarune. We'll see if I get the Deltarune today. We will see. Another beautiful tie. Yeah, I think I've only repeated 1 tie so far. I'm surprised by how many ties that I've saved since high school. I also stole a couple of ties from people over the years. So, We'll see. Does any percent include D-side farewell too? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. No. The any percent run should ideally be less than an hour long. You know, if I'm really good at it, then less than 50 minutes. Sorry, I was going to read another beautiful tie again. I just couldn't help but read that message. Despite this not being... Honestly, I should have made a better shirt choice. This one's a little bit wrinkled from when I washed it because I wore it on the first day. And now, no, it's okay. It's okay, whatever. No, 9D is very long. Very, 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 very long. I haven't even beat it. Ooh, that's another one. I gotta finish 9D, but I can't play 9D without Carrie Carrarium. So, if she is available later, maybe I'll ask her to join us again. Because I still need keys, and she is my designated key chatter. 90. But what we are going to do this morning is do some creative work. So we have a couple of creative things that we got to get done today. Probably a little bit of video editing, but we're going to come back to... Wait, you guys can hear the music now, right? For sure this time? Okay, you can hear the music for sure this time. Because nobody likes to say anything. I'm just yapping here in the silence, in the void. But yeah, just a general reminder. If we hit a daily donation total of $100, I wonder if this... Hold on, this will be part of the creative efforts. I like this trend of getting the ball rolling at 9:30. Keeps things a little bit chill on entry. But I do want to make it a little bit more explicit as to what the point of the donation total is. Because, you know, it's just chilling there. So if I go in here, and if I know how to do this, bing, and then I don't know if this is the way that you would do that. Excuse me. Thank you for the hydrate, Doppelcocks, and thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. I hope everyone is doing well and having a good morning. I am having such a better morning than 2 days ago. 2 days ago, I gotta tell you, I woke up, or I went to sleep and then woke up 2 days ago going, fuck. Like, we hit 10 days and my body somehow felt the double digits slam into my psyche. And it was good that I got that break because I feel very refreshed after taking that small break. I also need someone in my life to remind me to hydrate. There should be a generally just a life hydrate button, you know? Oh, the prediction ended. Forgot about that prediction. Thank you for that. How do I... Is this how you do... Oh, baby! Okay, so this is what I did to adjust this. So, to make it a little bit more explicitly clear, I have put it out of 100. So, when we hit 100, the idea is that we skip everything we're doing in the morning and we go straight into to-dos. Obviously, we don't have any to-dos today, but if we did have to-dos, which would come through as donations, then I could get into those to-dos immediately. Because it says we have 2, but one of them is Carrie, which I already explained she's not going to be able to do today. And the other one is a cooking baking stream, which I still have to figure out the logistics of. So, besides that, I think we're ready to roll and get things moving. So, what do I have planned for the creative work today? Here is what I have planned. We are going back to good old Photoshop. Because I was working on a thumbnail for my next video. And we were messing around with a couple ideas. I'll show you the ideas and I'll show you how I can fix it. It's full afternoon where I live. Pizza pasta jeans. Pizza pasta jeans? Excuse me? Tio, I especially need your help on thumbnail making. You cooked with the last couple of thumbnails. And now I'm like, fuck. How do I do this? But hold on. But this is I have ideas. I have ideas. So these are the 2 ideas that I have going. So when are you playing 999? Fuck, I guess theoretically I could play it now. I guess theoretically I could play it now. Well, don't bring it up. Creative workspace time. Took so long to figure out what to do for thumbnails. So this is the first one. This is the first one that I made, which I think is fine. I think it evokes the idea of what I'm trying to do here. I think it needs more edits. I think this is a little bit too simple. I'm not exactly sure what I can do to make it like a little bit more fleshed out. And then there's this one, which I don't know. I think it's pretty rad, but Carrie made a good point where it doesn't evoke the same like sense of like, what do you do after beating Celeste? Like, obviously it's bold and mysterious, but it's not like evoking that feeling. So what I propose, what I proposed excuse me. Instead of this, oh wait, I could have just done that and that. Is I could do something like this. Hold on. The idea is forming. I have to change the direction of the light because obviously the light is coming from. Oh well, see, this is the problem. I don't know how to reflect the sunlight coming from behind. Honestly, I might just not even bother. Definitely a better idea because even more I'm done for now feeling. Yeah. So I'm thinking something like this might be good. Maybe this is a little bit too big. Maybe we want to go a little smaller. Yeah, so when Carrie said that, I'm like, fuck, wait, you got a point. So, like, honestly, I'm thinking something like this. But yeah, so I think this is probably evoking the correct feelings. But it does seem a little bit under-edited. So I'm trying to think of like the best way to kind of point that out here. I feel like it was too much space on the right. Maybe an interesting idea, but I like the second for now. I feel like it was too much space on the right. Oh. So there is something, so there is like a... I could do the arcade thing, which is what this is inspired by. And put like a number. Where is it? Okay, well, it's very hard to find one, but like something like this. So I could put like a number, maybe like add the 202 to I don't know if I want to add, like, I don't want to make it all about, because the moment that I like put any golden reference, I'm sure everyone's gonna go, fuck, is this about Goldens? And like I could blur this a little bit. So like what I'm thinking here, let me just make sure I have my my sources correct. Okay, yeah, so this is all of the background. Let me just group these. Background. Because what if I took the background and we put a little of this on it? Hold. Oh, did I just move the entire background somewhere? Okay, hold. Beam, 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 beam. So this is what I'm thinking. We rasterize this, or we turn this to a smart object, and then we go to filter, blur, Gaussian blur, my favorite blur. Sure. And then now we have the space to do something like this, where we put kind of like the number thing that I was saying. But like I guess it's hard to I don't. This is already so much, dude. Gaussian blur carries so hard, it's crazy. What's up, random help? I was wondering whether you're going to write 12 normally or flipped in order to cancel mirror mode or on your cam. What are you talking about? It's the right way. It's the right way. I don't know what don't. I use Gaussian blur for everything. My videos, everything. So in the no, not in the foreground. I would like to have another one of these. And like, you know, let's say we did something like basically the same, where we kind of have like a number countdown. I don't think this translates though. I don't think this translates. Like, even if I were to make this like, you know, no. Emily's calling you out in the group chat for the flip thumbnail. I don't know what anyone's talking about. It's fine. It's fine. It's not flipped at all. Good morning, Soul. Wow, Soul's here early. Soul's here early before we get into the words on stream. Yeah, the 2 doesn't feel right. I was thinking like we could even like make it red, but that's still. Yeah, no, it's random. It's random. The problem is, like, simpler is typically better. I just don't know. Like, there does need to be something there in the, like, you know, the alternative is that I could just make the blurry part where continue is. I really need co-working vibes to get through my day today. All right, then let's fucking do it. We got things to do. We'll do it together. I love a co-working stream. Genuinely, it does wonders. Stopwatch icon in Celeste. I'm sure someone's made one. Like, this is when it's like important to go to YouTube and check on other thumbnails and see like what do people even put in. Okay, that's crazy. Thanks, Alpharad. What are you looking at? Alfred accidentally shows his Twitter feed. That's crazy. Could maybe darken it so it seems like a dark vortex instead of a sun. Oh. Ooh. I'm thinking like pulling the dark, like the black hole screen from Farewell. Maybe you might be cooking there. I want to look what to do after. I'm so scared to look. Okay. Now what? I mean, this is what I was gonna. That is the exact wording I was gonna use. So like if we took the other one, wow. Okay, I hate that YouTube stops recommending you videos after like 6 of them, 7 of them. And then it's immediately like, people also watched. Like, I don't want any of this. Literally, like, I don't want any of those. Like, I don't even look up any of those. Like, I want what I'm looking up. This is what I was looking up. I miss being able to go through pages and pages of stuff to find out what I'm looking at. Yo, congrats to Eugene on the sub 3. Fucking crazy. Actually humongous to get a sub 3202. So let's try this as well, because I'm gonna try all of these thumbnails. Don't get me wrong. All of these thumbnails are gonna make it into like a version. Is 12 backwards on the thumbnail on purpose? What? It's not backwards, guys. Come on, get with it. What are you talking about? Sorry, excuse me. My face got frozen into a anyway. So I need to open this, because what I can do is the same thing I did for this, and we can group from layers the background. This is the most successful clickbait on every. It would be funny to just use 12. I think that'd be so terrible for, like, you know, keeping a. But it's quite good. Oh, oh yeah, no, I meant to do that. Holy shit. Nope. I wanted to duplicate you so that I can make you group from layers. Nope, not a group from layers. I need to turn you off. I need to do this. You know, I was kind of hoping that this would be the case too. That's how we get people to come into the stream. Big brain play over here. How you doing, Mark? Oh no, there are more of them. I'm doomed. Wait, what? What are you talking about? Where? You guys talking like my reading goes out the window. Seriously. If we increase the blur on this, how do we feel about that? You are eating my flesh. What? Why are you saying these words? What do they mean? Oh no, there are 20 pigeons that want to eat my blueberry roll. Oh, there it is. Sorry. So I was looking at my Botrix chat. I have two chats open for anyone who's curious. And sometimes my Botrix chat like just scrolls too far, but it's bigger, so it's easy for me to read. This is genuine. Like, it's not bad. I think I gotta increase the size of it a little bit, because the edges are showing. You think I just ship that? You think I just roll with that? I don't know. I feel like it's still it's like a little too empty. Add a red arrow. I hate this woman. I don't, but like, she really don't make me put a red arrow, please. Oh my goodness. I feel like for A/B testing, the now what wouldn't be that bad. Well, I will be A/B testing. I am going to be. No, she's onto something. Oh my goodness. No, not the red arrow. Oh, why your channel isn't big enough to make it a job? Great editing. You know, it all comes down to viewership numbers. Like, sure, I really appreciate that. There are a lot of views on like the guides and stuff, but like, I don't release enough. I don't release enough videos on time. That's like the better answer. And the videos that I do release don't actually, or the videos that I can release faster don't make that much money. Enough to make it a job at least. Put a blue arrow. Big and it will be finished. Add big. Oh god. Red circle, and I circle the sun. I circle the sun, surely. Oh wait, I lost my thing. I lost my reference here. So what I like to do typically too is just look up Celeste and see what thumbnails exist. Like this is a great thumbnail. This is a good thumbnail, but I have no artistic talent. And Mug makes beautiful thumbnails. She made two beautiful thumbnails for my golden journey, but I cannot afford to do that for every single thumbnail. The videos don't make that much money. Dave needs to become the Minecraft guy instead. Oh my god, there's no way there's enough Minecraft guides. I feel like, is that arrow from Madeline to the text? Is that... Oh, God. God. Yeah, you put a big fucking arrow just... I hate the YouTube platform. This is such a banger... Tio, so I think you did a little bit of clickbait here because people probably saw the Celeste 1.4 update and went, oh wait, this is the new update Maddie Thorson was talking about on Celeste, because that did some rounds and everyone got really fucking hyped that there was a new update when it was just you talking about like what the 1.4 update did. I think there was a little bit of clickbait with this title or this thumbnail, despite everyone like not remembering that 1.4 has existed for a very long time. This had the most watch time. Yeah, this was a great thumbnail. Which, like, again, I am trying to evoke that same, like, simplicity, but there's, like, a meta layer to this thumbnail specifically that I think made it stand out. And I don't think that there's any meta layer... All of these banger thumbnails. It's crazy. Add a little... see, the problem is peaking... Things that peak in the thumbnail don't do the best. Like, I like that idea. But, like, take this for instance. I could just fill the thumbnail with entities that, like, reference the things I'm going to talk about. But it typically doesn't do... What? Explore more. I want to look at the things that I'm looking at. None of this has anything to do with the things that I want to look at. Anyway. And that just shows me more shorts. Can I not get the same button for videos? I fucking hate this place. On continue? This one is a decent thumbnail. I think it's got the right idea. I think they could have made... I think there should have been more focus. Like, the names should have been bigger. Because obviously CJA, big name. Terrible fucking platform. You can't look up anything anymore. Platformer hater tries Celeste for the first time. Should I refund it? Okay, buddy. So some of the concepts on this are crazy. Marshall and Craft got some good Celeste thumbnails, even though not closely related to current video theme. I have work. Goodbye. Goodbye, Sky. Have fun. Enjoy. Cozy green girl. Yeah, no, I think it's a different vibe. It's a different vibe. So let's see. If this, let's think about this. Like, what comes to mind when people are here? So the title of the video is going to be "What to Do After Beating Celeste." That is the title that I am planning to put on this. What should you do? Hold on. I got a couple of titles that I'm going to workshop, but here's what do you do after beating Celeste? That is the wording on this. So things like now what, continue, these things work. What is there? So thumbnail, but I noticed in game art, like the Summit one or the ones with Strawberry Jam work. Yeah, no, there's something about like just putting Celeste on the thumbnail, not trying to manufacture it too much. That does work pretty well. I've noticed that. Actually, oh, ayo, Tio, what if you zoom in more? Like zoom in on Celeste here. So Celeste, the character Celeste. Fuck, I fell for it. So what, you're thinking something like this? Ooh, 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 ooh. We might be cooking with something now. Yo, Tio is crazy at this. It's almost like Tio's a good YouTuber or something. Wait, this is. Oh, fuck, the little cloud. The little cloud didn't make it into... Hold on. Where's the little cloud? Oh, it's because it's in the foreground elements. I don't know what that is. Okay, that little cloud. Yes. You're so right about the little cloud. Hold on. Oh, I can't go back there. Okay. So we're gonna just shove you into the rock. And then we're gonna make the rock bigger. Do I make her a little bit bigger? I think I make her a little bit bigger. Tio, that's cute as hell. I'm like, I'm trying to look at it now. Do we think Madeline? Is it the shadows that are putting me off on the words? I feel like the words are still a little bit weird. No, maybe I'm just looking at it too long. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's just the one. So there was another idea that like popped into my brain. I think this is probably the best version of this thumbnail. I think I like this. I'm gonna make this like a second thumbnail to test. There's something about this that I like, but maybe just doesn't do it. But there is a fourth option, which if I go into the video game, oh, you know what I could do? Oh, not the bingo UI. Hold on. Let me turn off bingo UI. Or actually, if I turn off the mod, then I'll be out of here. What if I took the time to check thumbsup.tv? Oh, true. So few people watch streams on YouTube. If Twitch feels terrible for me with the intrusive ads and all, that's a good question. Honestly, I've been streaming on YouTube for a little bit, but like, it also helps that I've been streaming on Twitch for a much longer time than YouTube because YouTube was unsupported for a while. But you know, we'll see if the YouTube meta picks up. It's got like other things that Twitch has that, I mean, I haven't watched a stream on YouTube in a while, so I couldn't tell you if things maybe were fixed. But what I'm thinking here is I could put continue on this screen after Granny comes back, and it might be a little whatchamacallit. If I just gotta get a good frame of Madeline Celeste. Maybe putting the golden berry on, because I could pull the the footage from when I got Farewell Golden, and then just have Madeline here with Granny and the Farewell Golden, and then just say continue at the top. But again, I feel like having the golden berry might make it seem a little too much like a push for goldens and could dissuade people from watching. I like this significantly less than the okay, never mind. I'm not cooking at all, evidently. I was trying to think, like, is there something in Farewell that I could do? Like, no, don't apologize. Don't apologize. This is the whole point of experimentation here. God, I love the fucking music. Nope. Evidently, I don't know where the... Let's see, is there, Yeah, a lot of folks will recognize that is true. No, that's that's nothing. That ain't nothing. Let me turn off Bingo your mod, the bingo mod while I'm here. Oh, come on. Press down. In the cutscene with Flag 1, yeah, I was thinking about that, but let's check it out. Let's check it out. Oh, it doesn't reset the game. Nice. Meow. Yeah, I don't think this evokes enough of that feeling. Like, obviously people will recognize it from getting to this point. Oh, did we sit down? Yeah, we do sit down. Maybe at battle and say now what? Does Battleland not say now what? Okay, but here's the problem. What do I put on the right side? What do I put on the right side here if I do this? Oh, I guess I could put now what? I don't know. I feel like people won't recognize this as much. Like, I could... Ah! Control was falling. Alright, let's pull it up. And now we need music, so let me do this. Y'all hear Spotify? Okay, y'all hear Spotify. Part of the game is climbing the mountain. You're showing the top. I think that's fair. Yeah, yeah. Like the idea is oh my goodness. Screenshot a little big. Something like that. Oh, Madeline, what are you doing? Oh, fuck. Wait, this might be cooking. Oh, my goodness. Wait, this might actually be good, too. God damn it. I do wonder if making the words... Okay, so this is also what I'm going to do. We're going to put a layer on here. And we're going to make this Gaussian blur. Sure. Because what we're going to do is go from the right side here with our gradient tool. And we're going to go and try to make this blurry. It needs to be blurrier. Let's see. Kind of like that, I'm thinking. They're so cozy up there. They are. They are. I think 7A clear screen more, but that might just be an opinion instead of objective. I mean, all of this is opinionated. Like, that's kind of the problem, too, is that, like, people will have significantly different, like, I don't know, vibes toward it, no matter what. So, like, that's not too shabby. There's that little bit of blur. So if you're just coming in, we're comparing this against, okay, well, against this. This is like a completely different idea, but there's this against this against this. What? No, incorrect. Open recent. This. There's this against this against this. Well, this one just kind of looks bad now. I think this one or this one. There's something spooky about this. I don't know if this might hit the right brain, but the 278, yeah. Ooh. For the blur, I would have selected the background tiles and the flag to put... Well, I would have... I was thinking about that. Fuck, you know? Like... I suppose I could do that. If I... Let's unlink... Wait, how is that linked? Or how do I... Let's just move you onto you. I was thinking about that, but like... Do you know a good way to select these? Because I... Also, let me do this. Oh, let me do this. Let me move this back on here. And then also do that. Okay. Because, like, I could painstakingly go through every single pixel and, like, push them out of here. But I was going to try to avoid that. Let's see. Yeah. Because this is what you're proposing, right? Is like... I guess what else am I doing today? Just do this because this auto select tool does not work great for this, unfortunately. And once we put a shadow and a border and stuff on it, then I can make it look a little. Any Photoshoppers out there? Look, I mean, Adobe sucks, but like, I do steal my dad's account because he's a photographer. So this is all I know how to use. This is what I learned how to use. Don't you have a select tool? Because you could just do control click to add selection to, like, I could, but I think it doesn't ever work as well as I hope it does. I might be able to do that, but I'm so committed now. This is now a game. It's getting worse. I'm putting this in the wrong. I feel like I'm playing one of those games where you're trying, like one of those mini games in Mario Party where you're trying to match the picture by drawing it as well as possible, but you have the shitty controls on like a GameCube controller or something. So it's not going as well as you were hoping it would. Oh, yeah. Oh, fuck. Okay. Well. Oh, and I lost that pixel. So I wasn't paying enough attention. Okay, well now we're just going for it. Oh fuck. Can I get rid of that one? I don't think I can get rid of that one. Oh, you son of a bitch. Well. Oh wait. Would that still work if I continued it though? If I do like okay, it would it work? I think it does work. I just have to keep going. Oh, no, it doesn't really work, though. That one's still, oh my goodness. I mean, so used to doing intern graphic design that I would do exactly this, except zoom in one. Yeah, I was thinking about zooming in, but I couldn't see the whole picture. And I just realized I could just kind of do this. God. Why is it 1 pixel off from the grid? Whatever. At this point, we're just trying to get this done. Bing, 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 bing. What? What's your problem? Where's the loop close? Okay, well, at least now that we have all that selected. What happened here? Oh my goodness. Okay, hold. Yeah. This is exactly my problem with this tool. Okay. The black outline of the flag's making it a little bit easier. Okay. Let's negate that. Beautiful. Let's take that. Let's take that. We'll take that. Cool. Okay. No, we could take all this. That's fine. Battling. Let's take all of Battling. We're taking. Oh, yeah. So that idea of just making the Madeline bigger, crazy. Crazy concept. Okay, let's see. I could make this more specifically, like, there you go. Wrap around that. Let's see if I can wrap around the... Oh! Now we get a little bit of a thing, you know? A thing going on. You see the thing? I think the only thing is that there's this little box that shouldn't be... There we go. Okay. Let me make sure I got all my boxes. Okay. Can only read things stuff like this by experience of staring at a thumbnail for hours without doing anything. Yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, like, I'm lucky that I feel like when you look for a guide, you don't care that much for how a thumbnail looks, so you just kind of roll with whatever works. So my thumbnail skills were never really all that great. Hello, Chrissy. How's it going? Okay, so now we do the classic stroke around the edge. Where the fuck did you come from? Excuse me? Y'all saw that, right? Where the fuck did that come from? I'm doing okay. Honestly, doing pretty good today. Okay. Where did you come from? You're not selected. We don't want you here. God, I hate this tool. And so I started chopping. Not to be confused with the musical artist. Another stroke and just blur for now and see if you need a stroke after that. Yeah, that's true. That's fair. Let me just fix the fucking... Okay. Now we should be chilling. Cool. Let's bring that back. Just blur for now. Oh, so you're saying just straight up just keep the blur. So I think that does look better. The alternative was this. Oh, no, sorry. The alternative was this. Nope, sorry. The alternative was this. So I think this is a meaningful improvement to do that. Oh, you know it's going to be a great tutorial video when the person busts out a notepad instead of making captions in post. Wait, what? What are we talking about? What's up, Laser Kitty Draws? Yeah, I was thinking Drop Shadow. I might still do Stroke, but Drop Shadow's a pretty good one. Maybe not that far away. More like that. Let's make it a little bit deeper. I like to make it tighter typically. I feel like a tight drop shadow, kind of like that. Let's see how a stroke looks. Let's see how a stroke. I always like a stroke. I don't know. I do kind of like the stroke there. I want to thank you for all the tutorials. Thank you, Chrissy. I mean, if you're thanking me, you got to thank Tio too. You got to thank Tio and Eugene and Vapo. I was looking through the past videos, and those three are by far the most helpful people when it comes to those guides. So I really do appreciate it. But those guys wouldn't be half of what they are without a lot of the community. I just try to deliver the information, whatever information I have in my brain, alongside what other people have given me, and try to make it funny. And then that's how we try to roll. Okay, I think, have we sufficiently cooked? Is this, I think the only weirdness is this over here, which honestly doesn't even look that bad. If I made the stroke on the inside instead, how do we feel about that? Outside, okay, well, we're a little too zoomed in to see the effects of it, like in a thumbnail setting. Outside versus inside. I think I might want to do outside. I like outside, yeah. Battling your head. Your head, que pasó? And reduce the stroke a little bit too. I think that's fair. Bum, bum, bum. Ooh, this is pretty good. Yo, it's Blazy. Blazy? Blaze? You got an extra E in there. If it is Blazy, then let me know. But hello, welcome on in. Thank you for the raid. Everyone, welcome on into the JOB-A-THON. We are currently on day 12. And we have no to-dos. So if you'd like to support, I do have a command for JOB-A-THON to tell you how it works. And, you know, if you would like to provide a to-do, then make me do something. Please make me do something. Anyway. Oh, hi, Gas Salad. You came in from Blazy's? Nice. Nice, nice. Okay. I think these are two good versions of the same thing. I think maybe we want to do something similar here to Madeline so that she stands out a little bit more. Because I think right now Madeline is maybe still a little too much in the... How's a stroke? I'm telling you, I love a stroke. Light shadow, yeah, I think light shadow. You don't know if you like stroke? Maybe stroke is obscuring some of the information, especially for the shadow. I'll give you that one on this particular. Madeline needs to stand out more. My parents, when I kept losing auditions. Oh my god. Mug, you want to talk about it? Are you doing okay? I'm here if you need anything. Was doing some ARB. It didn't go well, but at least got 11.23.7 ARB. Oh. 11.23 is pretty fucking good. I think. I'm pretty sure. That's wicked. Hell yeah, Blazy. Goodness. I need to get back on the ARB grind eventually. Eventually. Do we think this background is a little too light? Like, do we have to darken it just a little bit? Let's turn that off. Actually, instead of doing that, let me turn this on. I wish I could just change the layers here. Let's get rid of Madeline Rock. Let's get rid of this. Yeah, let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of the background. Oh, wait. Yeah, let's get rid of those. And then let's just... Okay. Oh, I could have just done that. I'm so smart. Can you darken only the pink? I think the purple is good. I was gonna try and do this. Paint bucket. I was gonna do this in a real janky way. This is exactly what I would have done. Hey, yo. So we might be cooking with something here. We might be. Oh, I do think this might be. I'm afraid this is a good thumbnail. God damn it. It's new video preview. Kind of. It's more just the thumbnail. The video is still. I'm gonna ask. Sky is working right now, but I am after work going to ask if she can help me out with things in CelesteNet because there's a lot of I need to record in CelesteNet. And I think asking someone to help me will keep me on task to do the thing that I want to do. But do I make it darker? It's like a dangerous game now. Ooh, ah, ooh, ah, ooh, ah, ooh, ah, ooh. Honestly, this would probably benefit from the same treatment. God, I hate that I have to invest so much time in these fucking... I'm a video editor. I don't want to do this. I think by doing this here, I might want to make Madeline brighter. Typically what I've done to make Madeline brighter, it's not like the greatest thing. Well, maybe not like that. That was kind of horrendous. I probably would have made it lighter and only 90%. Oh, for this, are you talking for this this version? Inner glow. So I want that, but I want it to multiply. I don't want it to be... Oh, maybe multiply isn't working. Maybe multiply isn't the one. For the background, only 90% instead of 70%. I see. I see. So like a little lightness there, I think goes a long way to like brighten her up. Right? Is that crazy? So that's without the inner glow. That's with the inner glow. Just keep her standing out. Look, I would love... So we came up with some pretty good thumbnail ideas last time. And the metrics were all over the place. We had a lot of theories as to which ones would do well and which ones wouldn't, and we were completely wrong. But right now, I think this might be the better one. But I have no idea what... I couldn't tell you what is probably going to do the best. Since we got that TO spice on this one, maybe we'll actually... this one will actually work pretty well. I'm kind of looking at this going, maybe, am I missing? I put a stroke on this. Do I need to put a stroke on the words? These are the words. So let me group these words. And then on both of them, this is when we get silly and we do stupid things. Oh, whoa, I don't want a gradient overlay. Whoa. Whoa, what is happening with the stroke? Oh, I see, because the stroke is being applied after the... Hold on. I think the stroke might have made it worse. Oh, you think the stroke on the, on this? On the left side? I feel like that just doesn't stand out at all. with no stroke. I can make it thinner. Stroke might be a little too thick. From what I've seen in successful thumbnails, it has to look edited enough like you put in effort, but it can't be so overly edited or so cluttered that it looks amateur. Which I feel like is such a subtle thing, but unfortunately matters. Make the shadow stand out more. Let's see. Let's, usually if I want to make it stand out more, I could put like a more of a shadow. I can make it a little farther away. Actually, let me reduce the size and increase the spread a little. Then increase the distance. About to hit 100 hours, yo! Congrats. Also, what's up? What is up, Phantom Techno? Oh my, Phantom Techno, Phantomy Techno, and Maximus Kitsulis. These names, y'all. I'm not good at reading. Did you know this? I don't know how many people know this. I was the kid who always wanted to read out loud, and would hope that the teacher would pick on me. But I wasn't good at it, so she never did. So I think why does the stroke look weird here? Outside stroke. Outside stroke, and I want to make it white. This is what I was playing with at some point, or something like that. This is what I have on a lot of my thumbnails. I stopped reading names for the majority of times. Tia, you're so real for that. I just like addressing people. It helps me remember when people come in, because like I feel like I'd like to be the one that can just remember someone based just seeing their name pop in a chat. A lot of sales people just call me Simon. Ooh, Simon, a lot easier. Simon is plenty easier. Like, you shouldn't compromise your name just for my sake. But like, if you're okay with Simon, then I can call you Simon. Hello, Sphinx. Hello, hello. So like, I don't know if this makes it more cluttered. This is how a lot of my other videos have like done the stroke here. And I feel like having that stroke kind of like ties it together. And most people call me Max. Fair enough. My internet persona and my IRL self are too close already. My name is literally Dave. No one calls me average and everyone calls me Dave, if you know me in real life. You think the stroke is a bit too much? Yeah. So like that's with stroke, that's without stroke. I guess with stroke kind of makes it unreadable, huh? So yeah, I gave up. You and me, one and the same, with having names that are way too long for anybody to bother pronouncing. I think I have to stop touching this. I think this is good. We in agreement? We think this is just chilling? We just back away slowly? I don't know if I want to touch this anymore, in the fear that I will fuck it up. Unless anyone has any other opinions. But I think I'm pretty solid on that. I think this one has potential. I am not fully sold on it yet. But I think I just have to let it run. I think If it's gonna do anything, then you know what I have to do, actually. You know what I have to do here. I could fuck with average if you prefer to, or like average in type shorthand. I was expecting people to like shorthand and just type AVG if they were referencing me, but like obviously proposes confusion. Where's you fucking oh my god, Mug, I made this before any of it. I made this before any of it. I made this, but then like, yeah, and then AI became what it was, and now we're kind of cooked on the shorthand of the name. If I ever wanted to make merch and like shorthand my name, I couldn't do AI. Fucking absolutely not. I couldn't do AI. You have average though? Yeah, I do kind of like that. I think Daverage is funny. I've been signing my name. I have signed my name for what's it called? Quack a couple times, Quacksilver. She's had me sign a couple cards, and I address myself as Average Dave. Mug, if we hit 1,000, I do have merch ideas that I think would go pretty good if you are interested in collaborating on that. Oh, stare, eyes. No, we could talk about it. Obviously, we would have to hit the $1,000 milestone, which we're still a little ways off. But if we do manage to hit it, then I would like to work with you on something like that. This is what I wanted to do. Always wanted to make merch with a creator. Come on, chat. Let's hit one. There we go. That's the boot. And look, we don't even need all 200 right now. If we get $100 now, at 11 o'clock, I'll start doing, or 10:30, I'll start doing to-dos. Actually, which you would provide in the same. If you gave me a to-do right now, I'd be doing it, is what I'm trying to say. What I want to do here is, instead of bringing this opacity down, because I think the light coming from here makes sense, but I have to darken this. So there's a couple of ways that I can do it. The way that I'm thinking about is just putting this on it, and then gradient tool, baby. Maybe a little too aggressive. Maybe a little too aggressive. Maybe a little too aggressive. Something like that. Makes it dramatic, but doesn't stomp out the light that's coming from here. Honestly, might make even more sense to keep this bright here. Or make it brighter there. Yeah, I think this works well too. I think I like this thumbnail better, but like I think this can work. I think both of these can work. So I don't want to spend too much more time on this. I'd like to get into the video editing a little bit, and at least make notes. I have to make notes on what is left to edit, besides getting some clips at the end. How are we feeling about this? Hold. Goodbye. Oh no. No, Tio, come back. Oh. He hates me. So I wanted to make it look like Madeline was casting a shadow on the words continue, which is where that drop shadow is. And this is a very like Kurskisact looking thumbnail, but I think we burnt the kitchen with this one. I think we burnt down the entire kitchen. So good that it's kind of impossible to salvage this? Oh my god, we hate. We hate. Damn. You know, oh fuck, you're right. Look, you're right, but oh, you don't hate the idea, you just hate the execution. Okay, I see. You hate me specifically is what you're saying. Oh, I didn't even know that okay, whatever. There's 2 colorful thumbnails and a really dark one. But it's supposed to be mysterious. Scary, you know? Like someone sees this, they go, ooh, what's so strange about Celeste? What's so twisted and deranged about the Celeste video game? What is there left to do? Now, I don't think this evokes the feelings that these do, though. Fine, you sold me. You sold me. Let me export these. Oh, Tio, by the way, you're exporting in 1280 by 720, right? I think we've talked about this before, but you're exporting at appropriate dimensions to preserve fidelity. Look, I mean, you're better than me at thumbnails. Have you been exporting at 1080? I don't know if it's like actually the case or if I am just like, if I was just seeing things, but from my experience, anytime I export at 1080, it actually compresses the image and I lose quality on the final thumbnail. But I'm not like, because like looking at your thumbnails, where are they at? I thought I had the screen up. Oh, I don't have your stuff up. I'm also gonna actually let me type in thumbnail.gg. Oh wait, no. Is it thumbnail.gg? No, I don't think it. Generate? No, I don't think this is the one. No, this is some AI garbage. Thumbsup.tv. Okay. Much better. Oh, what? Just want to drag you. Seems like the thumbnail of the hardest Celeste custom map ever. You know what? You got a point. Maybe that isn't the vibe. Maybe that isn't the vibe. We don't want to scare people away. We're trying to bring people together. This is what brings us together. These two. Oh, well, let's start with this one. Oh, that fucks. Oh, shit. Oh, wait a second. Oh my god. Fuck, how does he do this? How does Tio do this? God damn. Recommended minimum size is 20. Current size, what? I don't know what that was. Like, it is. Now you're gonna make me check and make sure that it's the right dimensions. Where does it say the dimensions? Doesn't tell me there. Oh well. Oh, that can do pretty well too. I think both of these are both pretty okay. No, I think we're rolling. We've got something here. 123,000 views. I fucking wish. Hello? In an hour? Who am I? Morse critical? The fuck? Yeah, I think these are solid thumbnails. If this passed by, I'd be like, oh. In dark mode? Damn. Shout out to the video time not blocking anything on all sizes. True. What's it called? I went past a video recently that talked about like thumbnails, and when you're looking at them, if you can squint and you still can recognize, like, point out the pieces of it, then it's probably a good thumbnail. And I was like, now what? Yeah, I can see it. It's hard to see the Madeline, but like, you can kind of tell what's going on. I do that when I make emotes. The squint test. The squint test. I'm sure that there's a lot of tests as an artist, especially. Like the mirroring. Don't you do a lot of like mirroring to make sure that things don't look weird in either orientation? Okay, well, this one is dead to me on multiple levels, but these two, I think we've cooked. Hell yeah. I do be mirroring everything. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I wish I was an artist. There was one point where I was trying trying out art, but I was like, God, I cannot. I was already dealing with the physicality of trying to play guitar, and it's like, okay, well, I can only like get the muscle memory and the learning for one of those skills. That was how my brain was working. So I said, all right, I'm just gonna play guitar because I want to play guitar. We just make it okay. No, I'm talking like draw. I'm saying I want to be drawer, you know? I want to be drawist. Hold on. I need to fix this to make it good for stream. Nope, that's not what I meant to click. Because I can't see anybody with this. Single viewer mode, video clean viewer mode. Let's see if my computer can handle this. I haven't tried this in a while. There we go. Come to the next GDQ Art Jam. Oh my, I did see that. I did stumble in when I was trying to meet up with you. Oh my God, that's a little nerve-wracking. Don't you think? I fucking love Hollow Knight. We can hear Spotify this time, right? I'm not crazy. I haven't been just talking into the void. I want to get rid of... There is a... Okay, there we go. The reason I'm doing this is because I need to write down all of the additional clips. Last room of Ridge. I don't know if I need that. Slam down into 7A, showing the golden berry and walking over to it, not grabbing it. I don't know what these are from. Lock in Hollow Knight to get my 112%. It is worth it. I think it is worth it. Okay. So what we're gonna do, God, I hate to do this. Also, let me make sure my computer's not exploding. I'm at 64% usage on my memory. Not too shabby, all things considered. Performance. Okay, Wi-Fi is doing its thing. Oh, we dropped a lot of frames at some point. Don't tell me that just happened. Huh. Interesting. Anyway, so this is what we're going to try and do. We're going to run through this. I'm going to take notes on what needs to be fixed in the meantime. And this is what we're going to do until 12. Until 12. Crunchy. Okay, we're going to skip this because I think this is all pretty good. So this is pretty good. I think I got the intro. Okay, so are we gonna make this like a is this? Oh, what song did I say I wanted to play behind this? Oh, the 9D music. There's some 9D music that I really, really like that I think would be perfect um, for this montage. Um, where can I get the 9D music? Is the 9D music on like Bandcamp or something? This is something I would have to ask Monica for. See if they have Monica's 9D music. So a bunch of it is on YouTube, but if I could... So I was hearing sounds. I didn't know where they were coming from. Celeste D-Sides original soundtrack. Evil MC? Maybe? I'll have to reach out to Monica for this too. Because there is some sick-ass music. Actually, let me see. Is it here? I want to at least, like, play some of the music. Ew, I don't want to see that. Oh, I think it's literally this one. So I think the part where it gets really hype. I've never seen... Holy... Wait, look at this. So usually there's graphs when you're looking at like how much people are still like sticking around to watch or listen to something. Look at how straight that line is. I've never seen such a straight line in viewership in my life. Yo, the girl is just crazy for this song. This is like such a good theme that like pops off, I think, here. I might use the end of that. Or maybe, no, I think I like the center of this. So, like, this is, like, the build-up for the montage. Oh, this is such a banger. Big shout-outs to the Gur 90 and Monica for just pulling this all together. I was thinking maybe making the start of the montage there. Or maybe, is there one that hits a little bit harder than this? Or is this, like, the one? Is there only one? Hold up. D-side soundtrack. Let's see. No, I think it is that one. I don't know why I thought there was like another one that... Whoa. Excuse me? Whoa. Okay. I feel like I'm entering spoiler territory with some of these. Shut up. No, I don't want to. I don't. Oh my goodness. I got hit with ads on every single track. Okay, so Monica's True Love is the one that I wanna use for like this montage. You know, like just celebrating all the cool things that have happened in Celeste that people have taken upon themselves to do. All the cool maps that exist. All of the cool tournaments that exist. Of course, I had to plug BTA. And then we go. And then we should talk Strawberry Jam, surely. We're not gonna shit talk Strawberry Jam. I am going to say a couple of words on Strawberry Jam, but I'm not gonna shit talk it. I do not think that is fair. Okay. So for some reason this wasn't working on the on my Mac Mini. This like I'm gonna have a little sound effect of a hold on. Y'all need to see the vision for this. I'm gonna do sound effects later. Honestly, I need to find like a dedicated channel for this, like a track, but I really want to find this one specific sound effect. Excuse me. Do I remember what it was called? Huh. I have a lot of sound effects here, but none of them are the ones I'm thinking about. What if I looked up? Oh, it's raining bad out there. Holy. I thought I had like a little... I thought I did this bit before, but I guess not. Let me see if I can do Did everyone like the sound of that? Oh, come on, stop. Computer, stop shitting the bed. Thank you. And then we bring it in here. This is the vision. Beautiful. For golden berries, yeah. That's the whole bit. And now we move on. So far, I think a lot of this is... How many minutes are we on this? We're 2 minutes in. That's a lot of water. I need to clear the fucking gutters. That's scary. I wish I could show you this right now. Huh. Well, as long as the water's not getting in. Bing! Fucking love that sound effect. So there is a clip here that I need to include. Sure, you've shown that you've been able to complete each room deathless. Um, so I think what I need to do, let me write this down as an additional clip. I need to walk through. I'm in city right now, so let me see if I can keep things. Oh no, let's go through site. Let's go through site. Let's go through site. Site. No, because I'm still talking about like at the very beginning. How do I want to handle this? I'm just walking through rooms. I just gotta make sure that they're pretty close to one another and like challenging enough. I could do city, 2 rooms before chasm. So let me make this more specific. In crossing, do E hyper room into 2 rooms before chasm. 1, 2 cleanly without dying. You know what? I'm just gonna speed run these rooms. That's it. I heard E hyper room through the end of through into chasm. Room speed ran. There we go. All right. And then I'll blur it here. Let me find the blur. Oh, it's so hard to find blur like this. There we go. So we'll do the blur in the back. And city will be underneath this blur. Oh, broken. Hold. Sometimes it likes to break. You've already? Yeah, so I misspoke a little bit here. So I'm just gonna leave a note. I'm just gonna leave a note. By the way, this is your warning. This is the end of, this is after getting the farewell golden berry. Just letting you know before I show the following. I guess I could skip past the following clip, whatever. It's just me getting it. So far, these last 4 minutes are actually pretty good, all things considered. I do want to move in these. Do I have the sound effects? I have the graphics done, but do I have the sound effects for? I feel like I do. I just can't remember where I put them. Where did I put the goddamn sound effects for? Where's Celeste? Let's see. Let's find out. If I go to desktop. I have a Celeste MISC library. Where did I... Oh, it must be in downloads. Archipelago. Where did I put the sound effects? Oh, come on. Where did I put the sound effects? Celeste 64, holy shit. Oh, here it is. Why is this all the way over here? I've used them before, so I don't know why they're not like somewhere else. Video editing, assets. So we're going to put it in here. Supposedly extracted to this folder. Oh, no. We have to make another one. Celeste SFX. And then we're going to select that folder to drop them all in. Cool. And now we get fun sound effects like... Oh, I already have some of them loaded in here. I could have just... I'm very smart. I forgot that there's a whole ass menu here that I could have been using. Because I have SFX here. And under SFX, I have... oh, it's still searching. I like the list view. So this is my plan. Is after every single clip here, I think I can make this shorter. And then make it quieter. Is that a little fast, we think? Yeah, I think that's better. People can actually read it. The deathless runs. I have to get more footage of Rick Fernello doing deathless stuff. Oh wait. No, I'm just gonna get footage of my Farewell Golden run. The editing software is pretty quiet. I haven't put any effects on my voice yet. It could be kind of quiet. Hold on. Oh, y'all can't even hear what I'm doing. Oh my goodness. No. Once again. Well, thank you for saying it eventually, Yoga. Here. I can fix that. Might actually be too loud now. In and kept me around. There you go. Okay. Casual or as competitive as you would like, even when we get to the modded stuff. But first, I need to be a little biased and talk about what hooked me in and kept me around.
The most popular directions that people go in Celeste after beating the game are two types of challenge runs: speed runs and death.
I just gotta use my Farewell Golden Run in let's say determination.
Runs. As much as I want to dive into speed running, let's go.
Sound is a little loud. So my voice is gonna be louder. I'm planning to make my voice louder. I just don't want to put any effects that would, because when I put effects on my voice, this is how it's gonna be. Honestly, maybe I'll just do it now, and we'll see. We'll face the repercussions of it later. So I need to put it on these two. Let's apply the effects on those two. Oh wait. I overwrote one of them. Oh, wait. Is there already effects?
Speed runs and deathless runs. As much as I want to dive into...
Is there already effects on my... Oh, I see. Okay, no. Now there's effects on it. Yeah.
Beating the game are two types of challenge runs: speed runs and...
So...
Let's talk about what hooked me in and kept me around. The most popular directions that people...
I can probably make it a little bit louder for me, because I don't think I'm that loud.
...go in Celeste after beating the game are two
I think I
types of
recorded
challenge
myself a little
runs:
quieter in
speed
this.
runs and deathless runs. As much as I want to dive into speed running...
And this is around 4:07. I need to write down timestamps for where these clips are going to go. Get inserted. Or else I'm going to forget. Nope. Back here. Over.
How about good... Sure.
At 2:48. Okay.
Keep it...
I don't know why sometimes it decides to do that.
Dive into speed running. Let's go over a deathless run since they directly follow the same gameplay loop as Golden's. They're also fairly straightforward. You completed City Deathless? Cool. What about full clearing City Deathless?
We don't need the...
What if you beat all of any percent Deathless? Actually, what if you got all 202 berries in the game without a single death? Well, that'd be quite the accomplishment.
Okay, maybe I don't have Rick silently crying in the fucking video. Oh my god. I didn't even realize that I brought that audio in. That's crazy.
Beat all of any percent Deathless. Actually, what if you got all 202 berries in the game without a single death? Well, that'd be quite the accomplishment. Good job, Rick Finello. The point is, you can mix combinations of these deathless runs in so many configurations. It's all about how much you care to achieve such a thing. Now for the really popular option. The skill development loop in tandem with the breadth of movement options this game has to offer produced one of the biggest speedrunning communities in gaming history. And I don't think that's an understatement. Despite Celeste coming out in 2018, it has maintained a sturdy position as one of the top speedrunning games on speedrun.com based on most active players. And for good reason. This shit looks impressive as hell! It's a no-brainer for anyone...
Just flying across...
This shit looks impressive as hell! It's a no-brainer...
Just flying across the screen. I think I do want to make it a little bit earlier in the clip.
This shit looks impressive as hell! It's a no-brainer...
Okay, yeah, that evokes the impressiveness of it a little bit better.
This shit looks impressive as hell! It's a no-brainer for anyone looking to go beyond the hyper and wall bounce tech taught in the vanilla game. Ultras, corner boosts, jump timer abuse, weird interactions with the floor because of the wind. It's got it all! The best thing about speedrunning Celeste is that there are so many resources to get started and develop your skills at any level. I do have my own guides here on my channel, but I had to learn from someone. A lot of someones. I've got plenty of others' resources as well as my own in the description if you want to dive in and get started no matter where you're at in skill level. What you can do right now...
What I can do here is go here.
What you can do right now to start getting into speedrunning as soon as possible is to play the game. Because you need to discover what your learning style is. Do you want to sit in one checkpoint and learn some pretty advanced mechanics? Or do you just want to hit a certain full game time milestone and patch in strats as you see fit? Do you want to learn the hardest stuff imaginable and have wildly variable times? Or are you okay with slower but more consistent progress? Once you can answer these questions, you are then able to choose the right learning resources for you. For example, I have my sub-hour, 50, and 40 guides, which give you just enough info to make it through the entire game using the recommended game mechanics. But I don't sit in each and every single room the same way Programmatic does in their tutorials. It doesn't make either tutorial better than the other, they're just different in ways to learn depending on your preference. If you try one style of learning and don't like it, no worries. Try the other one. You may think you have an aggressive playstyle, but then find out that you prefer doing easier strats that are slower.
I have not hit this strat since doing this recording.
You may think you have an aggressive playstyle, but then find out that you prefer doing easier strats
I don't
that are
know
slower
what has gotten
in order
to
to
me.
stay more level-headed in your runs. You may like running the full game and hate doing individual levels. Do whatever you want, because at the end of the day, you are competing with yourself. On that note, one last piece of advice I'll part with if you're...
Honestly, so far, all of this is like... Oh, the rain has stopped. Okay, wonderful. So far, I think a lot of this video is just kind of done.
Getting started is to not care so much about the leaderboard, especially when you've just started learning the game. Everyone is on their own journey in life.
I think I moved too far up too fast in this. Let me... Nope. Cancel. Inspector. I want this to be a little bit higher. There you go.
The world record. Started learning the game. Everyone is on their own journey in life with their own responsibilities and priorities, and it's okay that you want to play the game decently well without idling in lofty dreams of getting the world record. Are you having fun? Is the record? Are you having fun? Is the dopamine hitting? Keep playing the game. Is it not?
Stop playing!
Go to sleep. Try again the next day. Still not having fun? Take a break. Just don't burn yourself out.
And now we do the same little bit that we were doing here. Where we go? Where is... There it is.
Now that we've explored every...
Hello, Gen Creator. How's it going? So that's 7 minutes, honestly, with only music, sound effects, and the two... what's it called? And 2 clips that I need to do. That is a third of the video that is completely done.
Explored everything the game has to offer.
Music takes no time at all.
Out of the box. How can we enhance these experiences with the use of mods? Actually, the real question is, how could you not? I swear I've never seen any mod installer or manager as clean as Olympus. It's even got an easy installation process you can follow at the...
So this is what I meant to do. I wanted to get a recording of this. So this needs to be a recording here. This is at 7:18. Everest installer page. And this is going to be at 7:18. So this is a clip that I have to record.
I swear process you can follow at the link provided in the description. Look at how beautiful this is. You've got modded and vanilla versions of Celeste you can choose to boot up. Want to look up mods? You've got access to every Celeste mod on Game Banana. Want to toggle some mods on and off? There you go. You can even manage multiple Celeste installations if you have multiple copies of the game and enter the lawn map.
I don't like this section. It's a little bit clunky.
Look at how
There's just a
beautiful
lot of
this is.
information that's
You've got
getting...
modded and vanilla versions of Celeste.
So this is where we're gonna have boxes over, or just a single box. Where's my box? Where's my box? Rectangle. Rectangle. We were talking about red rectangle before. This is where you... This is the red rectangle. So I just have to move this down here. Did you see the new record? No, I saw the video go up, but I did not see it myself.
How beautiful this is. You've got modded and vanilla versions of Celeste you could choose to boot up. Want to look up mods? You've got
let me do this. Actually, no, I don't need those. I need effects. Here we go. I need a cross dissolve.
up. Want to look up mods? You've got access to every Celeste mod on Game Banana. Want to toggle some mods on and off? There you go. You can even access to every Celeste mod on Game Banana. Want to toggle?
Let's see. Maybe we can make this a little bit clearer.
Banana. Want to toggle some mods on and off? There you go. You can even manage multiple Celeste installations.
I did see Eugene get the sub 3202, which is crazy. What was the previous record? Someone came back and took the 202 record, but it's insane that 202 is like kind of competitive at all. Because I'm guessing that Eugene probably just went in and... Oh, computer is exploding. Yeah, 319 7 months ago. So Eugene just went in and probably did farewell skip both times. That is so fucking crazy. I wonder where Eugene saved 33 minutes. I mean, the answer is a lot of places. There's a lot of places where you could save. It's such a volatile run. You need Moonberry, so only one... Oh. And there's nowhere that you could land with Farewell Skip. Like, if you did a shorter version of Farewell Skip to get into, like, Farewell, that surely should be it. Oh, wait, no, you can't, because the horizontal... No, never mind. Fuck what I said. That's crazy. That's crazy. But at least that means that you can play pretty recklessly on your first playthrough and just hit the hard strats. And then you can just skip all of Farewell for the golden. So from my understanding, it's that the horizontal positioning, it matters because in the grand scheme of the map's existence, in one single frame, you go from the room that you're in. If you ever open the debug map, in one frame, you teleport from the room that you're in to the room that is like super, super far away. That is the golden room. And they happen to be on the same horizontal positioning for that to work. I think that is my understanding.
There you go. You can even manage toggle some mods on and off. There you go. You can even manage multiple Celeste installations if you have multiple.
Let's do this. Cross dissolve again, because I don't want this to be disorienting for anybody.
On Game Banana. Want to toggle some mods on and off? There you go. You can even manage multiple Celeste installations if you have multiple copies of the game, and enter the lawn map editor to create your map full of the game, and enter the lawn map editor to create...
Okay, I need to get recordings of lawn. Just entering lawn. That is the easiest thing in the world. Click on lawn 743.
Editor to create your map full of whatever.
Click on lawn and enter map. I had an idea for the map here that I have to check out.
Whatever you want to your heart's content. For those of you trying to maximize your practice efficiency,
and then we fade out here.
Challenge runs. I'd say you should download Speed. You want to your heart's content. For those of you trying to maximize your practice efficiency and work on challenge runs, I'd say you should download Speedrun.
Let's see. So I can push here.
For those of you trying to maximize your practice efficiency and work on challenge runs, I'd say you should download Speedrun Tool.
Sorry.
Go over its main
That was
functions
really
for
itchy.
safe stating
Gross.
with my guide, and you'll be off to the races. Now, what about the
My guide. I can do this right now. There is a. First off, I don't need a recording of that. Second off, I need to grab the thumbnail to my guide. Sets. Oh, I don't have the thumb. Wait, do I? Speedrun tool? Okay, I do have the guide. The video looks good, just.
I'd say you should download Speedrun.
Just? What do you mean by just? And we're gonna have this come in at an angle. There you go.
Download Speedrun Tool.
Ah, okay. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Oh, didn't mean to press that. There was somewhere where I made new shadows. I don't remember if these are the new shadows that I made. I think these are the new shadows that I made, because I didn't like the other shadows that I was using for some of these clips. No, just the plugin. Okay, they were the same. Sure. Okay, same thing with these. Oh. And then just plugins. So that there's, yep, shadow. Shadow's good on that. Shadow's good on that. Shadows are good there. Oh, wait, no, maybe these are the revised shadows that I made. Yeah, these are the revised shadows. Okay, I need to go back and... Sure. That's shadows fine. Okay. So we got all of that. Let's now fix some of the shadows that we have put in. So like these ones, let's put in, yeah, tight shadows. Nice, look at that, clean. Much easier. Or much nicer. Tighter. Stop! And then you two.
You should download Speedrun Tool. Go over its main functions for safe stating with my guide.
I don't do that much plugging, but when I do.
And you'll be off to the races. Now, what about the Golden and Deathless enjoyers? The Celeste Consistency Tracker and Golden QOL mods are very useful for QOL mods.
Damn, that goes so fast it doesn't even look like it's doing it right. Oh, but it is.
The Celeste Consistency Tracker and Golden QOL mods are very useful for various stats on your Golden journey and making them very less obnoxious to you.
So at 8:07, use, oh, hello. 7, I'm just taking notes on the side. Use the golden QOL mod to make the to show berry transparency during strats.
Runs, respectively.
Or no, not during strats. Just to show. Yeah. Hello, X-Biffles. How are you doing?
Golden Journey, and making the berry less obnoxious during runs, respectively. Beyond these mods, there are also many resources around how difficult.
8:12. I need to click through all of Nene's resources.
Certain modded maps are to be deathless, comparing your golden acquisitions to other runners, and multiple discords to
and then these.
Deathless, comparing your golden acquisitions. How difficult certain modded maps.
How difficult certain modded maps are deathless. That's another one.
Are to be deathless, comparing your golden acquisitions to other runners.
Comparing golden acquisitions to other runners.
Multiple discords to participate.
Discords. To participate in.
And peruse depending on your level of interest.
I think this is the only thing that I don't have from Nene are good discords for specifically golden stuff or modded.
And making the berry less obnoxious during runs, respectively. Beyond these mods, there are also many resources around how difficult certain modded maps are to be deathless, comparing your golden acquisitions to other runners, and
how certain how difficult certain modded maps are to be deathless. I don't know if I have this one. How did you learn to make video editing? By editing a lot of videos and a lot of YouTube. Just doing a lot of work. Hello, Corey D. How's it going? Welcome on in. I have been editing for a long time, and I can vouch that you just have to start editing somewhere and then make improvements as you go and just keep trying and trying and trying and trying. And you will get better as long as you are looking for, the more better information. Every time you're like, oh, I don't know how to do this, or this person does this really cleanly. How can I do it cleanly as well? And you just have to keep going on that trend. It's a tough answer because it's not very specific, but like it's the truth about any skill-based task is a lot of it is just repeating the same thing over and over until you've got it down. Golden QL, goldberries.net. Yeah, I think I just need some discords. So there is the CPGS Discord. Is there a Discord specifically for modded stuff? I'm not exactly sure. I'm not sure if anybody knows. But if there is a Discord for specifically modded stuff, that'd also be pretty good. One for just all the modded stuff. I have to see if that's the case.
Multiple discords to participate and peruse depending on your level of interest. You've seen some ridiculous.
I think what's the other Discord? There's another fun Discord. Celeste skill rating. CSR is a fun one. CSR.
Maps on YouTube already. Now imagine getting the. You've probably seen some ridiculous maps on.
I think full. is their name Floggy or whatever on YouTube, but I think there is of difficult maps. So let's get that in as a clip here.
YouTube already. Now imagine getting the golden for some of them. There's actually a whole list of goldens with sublists of people who've...
Okay, and then this is where I put the what is it? Goldberries.net.
cleared them if you either wanted to gawk at their... There's actually a whole list of goldens with sublists of people who've cleared them if you...
Show tiers, show list of people who've completed a really hard golden, gawk at their strats, or one of their strats.
Either wanted to gawk at their impressive feats or steal some of their strats for yourself. All of these links will be provided in the description, including some video explanations of mods and golden strategies by Parrot Dash.
At 8:40 we need a video of Parrot Dash. Parrot Dash thumbnail for explaining good practice for goldens. Thabajon? Oh my god, that is a despicable spelling. Hello, Cork, how are you doing? That is a crazy way to spell that. Cork, you tell me. I have all afternoon. There is not a single to-do left to be done for today. And I have a couple of options. Which is any. I could do whatever I want because nobody's telling me what to do. So in this case, I can either practice any percent. I can practice any percent. I can play 9D, but I need Carrie for that, so I don't know what she's up to. Or I can continue making game. Do I continue making game? I had a lot of fun making game yesterday. Sounds like dealer's choice. That's the problem. There's so many options now. It's just like at your job. When you have nothing to do at your job, what do? You do whatever. How far did you get in the game making? Yesterday, I ended off... I did make the... I don't know if you were there, but I made the fix so that the dashes were going in the right direction. I just got my XY values messed up on the vector. In the vector, so... once I fix that, then the dashing is working. I can dash infinitely, which is not exactly the correct... But what I think I'm going to do next is actually have give myself the ability to create platforms that I can jump onto so that I can start getting a feel for how the platforming is before I build more mechanics. Nothing to do with my job. That has never happened in over 8 years of working here. It's always the other problem. Oh my... Well... Cork, unfortunately, you're really important. I mean, everyone is really important, but like you have a big boy job. So like there's always something that you can do. And you're also like one of those people that's like, well, I know so much about something that I know everything that's wrong with it. I could do more. I think so. We've already got the screen bounds collision working. Yeah. So I want to do like platforms next. Because I really want to focus on the movement, but I feel like I can't get a sense of the movement until I understand how it feels to jump onto things and jump off of things. Maybe implement some sort of grabbing mechanic and stuff. Like, and for that, I want to have at least 1 or 2 platforms that I can jump on for my own brain.
Many insane goldens, so go give her a watch. There's 2 more vanilla extended routes we can take here.
So right now I'm just going through this video and taking notes down on everything that needs to get done.
Before deviating too far into the modded world. There's 2 more vanilla extended routes we can take here that I want to briefly mention before deviating too far into the modded world.
Does modding game have a collision engine built in, or are you going to have to homebrew that? It depends on it might. God, you're gonna make me pull it up. I think the collision engine is, let me double check where I built the collisions for the walls. I think we might have to, they might have to be built. So you create the bounds for whatever you're looking at. So the screen bounds you can see are here. So I think I need to create the bounds for whatever box that I will use as a tile in Ogmo. Which I think means that the collision engine is something I'll have to homebrew. I think, if I'm understanding your question correctly. And then this is how we're checking all the bounds. So if slime bounds intersects bat bounds, then you basically kill the bat. That's my gravity. And then this is just to keep, where is it? This is to keep the slime within the screen bounds. So that'll be fun. I love dev streams. Well, we might do a little bit more later. If I can figure something out, because like I said, there are no to-dos, then it says 2, but the 2 that are there are not things that I can do right now. So I might work a little bit more on that game because I've been having a lot of fun. Are there any built-in classes with Collider in the name? Is there a built-in Collider class in Monogame? I do not think so. No, it does not. It does not. There are libraries that exist. Let me see. So there's this video that someone has. How to make a project template, how to make screen transitions using Monogame, how to make scene management, how to implement jumping and gravity. Where is... How to make a tile map and camera... Make a memory game? No. I want to do... Make a memory... There's a lot of memory game stuff here. Jesus. How to make a timer. How to make a bullet time effect. Will be entirely dependent on how much you want to be able to scale this. Manual checks like what you're doing with the bat are not going to scale. Right. Right. Yeah. Like this is something... Like this is a lot of what exists from the tutorial on learning Monogame. So I do want to make, from what I'm understanding, is I will have to make some sort of entity that has inherent properties about its bounding, which sounds like it may that way. Like anything that extends that property will have those bounds. Is that how that works? I think that's how that works. Monogame is ECM. I do not know what ECM is. Cork, you're talking to the wrong guy. I don't know. What does ECM mean? Oh, right, jargon. You're shooting acronyms at me. Entity component model. Okay. So I am looking this up. And it's saying no. It is a thing in the scene is an entity and you can attach components to entities. Oh, so it's kind of like you can just like so if you were to put a thing on screen and then you were is it the same way like as extending certain properties? So for instance, the way that I have this sprite class that defines what a sprite is, but then we extend. I'm not sure if extend is the right word, but well, like we reference it so that we can inherit some of those properties. Is that what you mean? Or is this a different thing? Okay. Well, this is what we're going to try to get to that when we in the afternoon at 1 p.m. If I have to look up videos and we have to just truck it, then we'll truck it. But I would like to at least by the end of today have a working means to put a platform in screen and jump on platform. If I can make those work, then I will be a happy camper. That will be the goal.
For the modded world. And both of them are randomizers. We can take here that there's two more vanilla extended routes we can take here that I want to briefly mention before deviating too far into the modded world. And both of them are randomizers. One randomizer, appropriately named Celeste Randomizer, and downloadable through Olympus, is all about switching around the order.
I don't know what to do in this section, but at 8:57 I can
switching around the order and look of rooms. You can choose the difficulty and adjust
Celeste Randomizer mess with settings. One of the settings needs to be changing difficulty.
Plenty of parameters to make it as chill.
Change other parameters.
Or as chaotic as you'd like. This is an especially fun mod because it forces you to think on the fly when entering.
Whoa, we got a raid! Hey, yo, DJ Tom, how's it going? Thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing? Change other parameters. We're gonna go into randomized map and start playing through it. What is STS2, if you don't mind me asking? Low on energy game to stream. Okay, pretty sick. It's nice to just be able to chill out and work on something like that. Oh, Slay the Spire! Oh my goodness, I hear a lot of good things about Slay the Spire. I should really try it at some point. Monocle, what Celeste runs on is ECM. So player has a collider. Player is an actor. An actor is an entity. So that is versus has is an important concept. I see. So the player has a... Okay, so yeah. Player is an actor. That's the extends thing. I see. I see. Is versus has is an important concept in game design. Okay. Is monocle the same thing? What is the has relationships are components. Oh, so is monocle the game engine? I thought wait a second. I thought Celeste was in. Is Monocle like a for no? Huh. I thought that Celeste was made in Monogame. Interesting. Huh. I was under the impression that Celeste wasn't. I guess Celeste was originally like being developed on Monogame, right?
New rooms, and you have to come up with innovative solutions when you are as chaotic as you like. This is an especially fun
Wait. So what is? So wait. So what is
mod
Monocle?
because it forces you to think on the fly when entering new rooms, and you have to come up with innovative solutions when you encounter some rooms backwards.
Come up with innovative solutions with dash through two dash rooms, go through room backwards. This is all going to be at 8:57. So there's a lot of work needed to be done here, unfortunately. Very thin engine on top of Monogame. It provides a lot of the base infrastructure like Collide is that Monogame. Oh. So would you recommend I use Monocle to provide, you know, the Collider infrastructure rather than trying to implement it myself?
Order and look of rooms. You can choose the difficulty and adjust plenty of parameters to make it as chill or as chaotic as you'd like. This is an especially fun mod because it
Probably not. No, really? Is it because it's like made specifically for Celeste, so it's like not ideal?
On the fly when entering new rooms, and you have to come up with innovative solutions when you encounter some rooms backwards. It's a wonderful mess that I highly recommend giving a shot. But there is another randomizer where its focus isn't so much on the reordering and retexturing of the game as it is on the routing of certain levels, which we'll get more into later. Just you wait. For the rest of you who may not have
over here.
But there
go through documentation of Archipelago, blur it in post. Blur it and put a vignette in post. This is going to be at 9:17.
There is another randomizer where its focus isn't so much on the reordering and retexturing of the game as it is on the routing of certain levels, which we'll get more into later. Just you wait. For the rest of you who may not have found where you fit in yet, let's see if we can find a fitting category for you to continue your Celeste exploration.
Strawberry jam, ... You know it's never good when there's a ... But
I've got to address the mountain in the room. Very often, the first recommendation many Celeste...
I'm gonna instead put like a different... I think this requires a different sound effect because of like the tone of it. Nope. Yeah. We set the precedent of having that, but now we go...
But I've got to address the mountain in the room. Very often, the first recommendation many Celeste players make to newer players who want to experience more of the game is to play Strawberry Jam. And I think that's a pretty bad suggestion. There's a few types of people... And I think that's... Very often, the...
9:37, we're just going to get some Strawberry Jam gameplay.
Very often, the first recommendation jam. And I think that's a pretty bad suggestion. There's a few types of people who want to pursue beyond vanilla Celeste. The story enjoyers, the completionists, the competitors, the creators, and the tech enthusiasts. They all have widely different levels of commitment to the game, and when you have a mod as big and one-track as Strawberry Jam, the only people who are going to relish that kind of mod right off the bat are the tech enthusiasts. They want to explore the gameplay more than anything, and what's better than a whole slew of maps with gyms to test your mechanics and lobbies separated by skill level? Unfortunately, it means that for someone who wants...
Okay. Let me see. Let me get to here. Let me copy this again. Let me make sure that that has the correct plugin. Beautiful. And then we're going to do the same thing here. I don't like the shadows on there. Beautiful.
Unfortunately, it means that for someone who wants to...
Why you have one watching? Because I have one watching. I don't know what to tell you. Hello, Asinus. How are you doing?
Modded Celeste, this may be all they're gonna get. There's no story, so those people are out. The completionists might be intrigued, but will probably get burned out by the end of beginner lobby if they're shooting for all the silver
Hi,
and
alive.
timed berries.
Everyone's on. Surely everyone's just watching on Twitch. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. See?
The competitors may stick around, but if they want competition, modded speedrunning is still finding its footing at this time, at least compared to vanilla speedrunning. And the creators, unless they want to get inspired or see what's possible in modded Celeste, are going to want to go to timed berries. The competitors may stick around, but if they want competition, modded
Oh, I have a devastating update on that mission we're trying to clear. No.
compared to vanilla speedrunning. And the creators, unless they want to get inspired or see what's possible in modded Celeste.
What do you mean? Why are you dying?
Lawn or wherever else to be creative.
What
To
happened?
simplify my point, I'll leave it at this. I think Strawberry Jam is a fantastic mod, one of the best in its class.
Asinus,
but it's a
come
bad
on.
representation of what modded Celeste is. There's standalone maps. There's full map packs in an identical style to vanilla.
I'm gonna pull up a standalone map. So this is at 11, about 10:58, I'll say. So we're gonna need a standalone map. Into the jungle map pack.
Celeste. There's a whole
Multiplayer show or H2H lobby full of people.
goddamn multiplayer mod where you can create and hang out in rooms with your friends to play any maps together. You know what? I'm getting ahead of myself. We're going to run through everything else that's possible to do in Celeste that'll hopefully
Poor
save
Luddite
you
choice and execution under pressure. You're going to
every
get me to play this fucking
person
game.
who
Just the way you
needs just a
describe it.
little
It
bit
sounds stressful in like
more out of the
the
gate.
best ways. All right, and now we're back on track with a happier sound effect.
To those of you who want more and or different stories out of Celeste, there's a whole bunch of mods that range wildly in skill levels. So, if you want more and
Let's see.
or different
For those of you who want more,
and or different stories. To those of you who want more and or different stories out of Celeste, there's a whole bunch of mods that range wildly in skill levels. So here's a few you can get started with. For mods that try to pick up where
let us do a push.
Vanilla leaves off in terms of mapping spirit and storyline are two map packs in particular, Monica's D-sides and our Frimagon's D-sides. While I can't speak so much on Arfie's D-sides, Monica's are a whirlwind of creativity. What I meant by Spirit is that it sticks to 100% vanilla assets and sticks to the principles established by Celeste, even down to the falling section in 6B. Except it's 60, so it has many more spinners and spikes and depth. If you want longer seaside, continue pushing the difficulty on the same trend as the base game, then this is the way to go.
We need to bring it back with another clip from Monica's D side. So 11:58. Clip from. Let's do a clip from 70.
Alternatively, if you're okay with a completely new experience that's still rooted in somewhat of a story, Into the Jungle is another amazing mod laid out the same way as vanilla, down to the level selection and all the B and
Yo, the GUR just keeps hitting. I say this all the time. I need lessons. I need music making lessons here.
sides. I actually don't even want to preview all that much to you because of how well done this mod is in every single way. The unique assets, the platforming, just... After you get through the prologue, sit on the overworld menu and appreciate the music and the visuals. This team cared about delivering something high quality on par with Vanilla Celeste itself, and it shows. A few standalones we can toss in the mix.
Alright. This is where it gets a little awkward, because this is why I need a unique track for specifically.
A few standalones we can toss in the mix come from Carrie Carrarium, who's got quite the catered list on Blue Sky. So I'll let her speak on.
I still haven't figured out a good way for her to introduce herself. Yeah, I know. Fucking stealing my brand out here. Can't believe her. How could she do this? Your brand is one word. It's not hard. Hey. I know this. I know this, but it's the only thing I got. Please. And a blue and a blue background. This is all I have.
A few standalones we can toss in the mix come from Carrie Carrarium, who's got quite the catered list on Blue Sky. So I'll let... I can show the list from Blue Sky.
So literally, show Carrie's modded list on Blue Sky. And then I'll knock that out.
Got quite the let her speak on.
So, you just beat Celeste and you want to start trying out some modded maps. But there's so many maps out there. Where do you even start? Like,
wait, did I had a filter on her voice, did I not? Or not a filter, but I did have a de-esser. So I should put a lot of these clips on a different track. Let me do this. Add track in stereo. And this can be the music. This is supposed to be Carrie. Let me add a track that is going to be SFX. My brand is giving Dave shit. Fucking Astro is stealing everyone's brands. Holy, who let this guy in? What the fuck? I stole one brand new. Look, you're gonna steal mine any day now. I'm just preparing for the day. So this is all... Okay, well, this doesn't have to exist. Nope. Well, the video has to exist, just not that.
Because you need to discover what...
So Carrie needs to live there.
Skill development loop in tandem with the breadth of movement options.
Crying. The day I release the practice sheet color videos, I still don't have time for any of that. You're gonna steal my brand of disappearing for God knows how long before showing up again out of the iconic blue. Acinus, your ability to just spawn from nowhere is quite incredible.
Would more people try getting
I gotta say.
one of us?
It's almost like you're busy with a life or something. I'll be real. I don't know. God, Asher, you don't even. It's Acinus has been here from the Hollow Knight days, but you know when he leaves for way too long, what are we to say? Back when I never played Celeste. God, I'm old. Oh.
To those of you who want more...
So they don't like when you play Celeste, apparently,
and/or
even though they were
different
one of the people to get me in
There's
Celeste in the beginning.
A few standalones we can toss in the mix come from kit shows.
I honestly, like, I think it's probably more fitting to do this.
A few standalones we can toss in the mix come
Yeah.
from Carrie Carrarium, who's got quite the catered list.
I don't like when streams start at 1 a.m. Hey,
Blue Sky.
they have to be starting at a good time
First week
now.
on-
Surely.
So,
I'm going to have the Blue Sky post show up here and then just go... Actually, I could probably do that right now before lunch. Let's go to Blue Sky. Let's go on Carrie's page. Also, if you have love, show love to Carrie. She's going through mental stuff right now, and it's always, oh no, she doesn't have it tagged. She doesn't have it pinned anymore. Fuck. She doesn't have it pinned anymore. God damn it! I shouldn't have hinged a fucking.
Come from Carrie Carrarium, who's got quite the catered list on Blue Sky.
Oh, I only say she's got a catered list on Blue Sky. That's all I said. But now the problem is I have to find this post. European? Worse, British. That's fucking European. What an exchange. Holy shit. What is the best way to find a post from a bygone era when you're looking through someone's timeline that streams a fuck ton? Or sorry, that streams, but also posts a fuck ton. I don't know when she made this post. Celeste map recommendations. Oh, hell yeah. It was the first one to pop up. It's the only one to pop up. Oh, you could search profile. Okay, that's why. Okay, sick. Here we go. Okay, I'm glad that I phrased it the way that I did, because now this still works. Let me go to pictures. Nope, nope, nope. Screenshots. And then there it is. We packed up the country and moved a while back. Didn't you hear? Oof.
A few standalones we can toss in the mix come from
Carry Kawawayum. Kawi Kawawayum. I'm gonna make this a little bit more impactful
who's got
by just having this slide in. That way, like, my iconic blue's fucking bashed over the head by hers. Someone said my name 3 times. Uh-oh. Oh no. She has arrived. She's arrived just in time for her bit.
from Carrie Carrarium, who's got quite the catered list on Blue Sky. So I'll let her speak on.
There we go. Now we come slamming in. I could do what is that? I could do that donk from God, this is gonna make me feel old. Do you know the donk from Forbidden Memories? I just wanted to summon you again. How can we get 2 Carrariums in the chat? How does that happen? I need bad fusion. I just need a donk. Is it this one? Hold on. This person might have it. When did Tio get summoned again? Oh my god, please no one Karami is already too much power. Too much. Hey Carrie, so you're in control of my fate. Either we're gonna run it and do more game development later, or we play 9D. It's all up to you. Why have I made you the one decide what we do later? I don't know, but it's mostly because I need you for 9D if I'm gonna play 9D. There's so many VIPs in chat. I feel left out. Astro, all you gotta do is ask. Or you need to lock it on a video. Fair. I am also locking in. Or there is a nugget redeem for I'm special and you will treat me as such, which gets you a VIP quite quickly. Hey, Sky's not a VIP, to be fair. Hold on, is this the right? Oh wait, no. You're not hearing it. You're not hearing it. You're not hearing the banger ass banger. Oh my god, Eugene, you're crazy. Oh, you are hearing it. You are hearing it. Oh fuck. Well, who am I to say? Oh my god. Well, hold up. Eugene, you watch my channel? What? You watch me on twitch.tv? The fuck? This is not the first time Eugene's dropped an enormous sum of nuggets. I don't know where he's got all these nuggets from. Okay, who else wants VIP? Holy. Oh, you keep caring about my hydration. Right. Well, you can continue to care about my hydration once I find this goddamn wait. Hello? Where are you? There you are. There you are. Why do you have so many numbers in your name? It makes it so much harder to find you. I only know you because of the Gojo picture, which thank God. That's like the most defining feature here. Oh, wow, look at that. Sorry. Where are you? Oh, look at that. I can't believe your first message after getting the VIP badge is sorry. My God. Thanks, Eugene. Thanks, Eugene. Okay, now we get to vibe out some pretty good music. Please do the failed one. The failed version of this. What? Okay, well, first off, this is a bad short. Second off, this is not... It didn't give me the sound effect. I want to... failed fusion. Shouldn't put sound effects, but... I need a failed fusion. Hold on. I might be able to, in speed runs, they're typically like filtering through their cards where it happens. Okay, I'm special again. You gave yourself the artist badge? Or I probably gave you the artist badge like a long time ago, but... Wait, look at this banger ass editing. Hold on. My video. Okay, I need a speed run or something. This is a lot of effort to just find one.
15% of runs.
And I'm so sorry. True. Then we get piano on the VIP train. Hell yeah. Shout out True. That brain align, the hair brain align. What is the order of things? The smooth align.
The world record.
Fucking smooth align.
40% chance for it to be a world
I just need you to play a sound effect, a single sound effect.
And was with plated 3 mages. The other 2 mages didn't even have a manip. Okay, Jupiter and Mercury.
Okay.
I don't think that I need to worry about it then.
Failed fusion. Fail a fusion for me. Oh my god. I need to go earlier in this. I just wanted one sound effect, and I don't even know where to find it. Okay, you have strong ass cards here, my guy. There it is.
Oh, fuck.
So, anyway, the whole point of me trying to find this
Way.
is because I want to do this effect to when Carrie comes in. Bing. Sound effects collections from games. Oh my god. Well, actually, I'm sure that there is a website, but I needed to evoke the visual aspect too.
Let her speak on.
You know? So her coming in is easy enough. I can just do that with one of these. But then the hard or kind of the hard part is going to be it might not translate. It might not translate. Especially if people don't know Forbidden Memories, which at this point, like, you know, we're ancient. Open game art is a good one for royalty-free assets, so what you can find there's kind of a crapshoot. God damn it. It's okay. It's okay. I think here. I kind of wanted to do one of these. And this is gonna look really bad because this is how all animations look. I don't know if I can actually make this card thing work, but we'll see. If we go in here and smooth everything out. Also, I found the button that I was looking for like a year ago. Not a year ago. That's a little dramatic. Last time I was doing this, and it was this button. Or it was this button. Keyframe curves. I don't know why that wasn't showing up. These are a little bit too long. So we're going to shorten it to that. I think I need this to be longer. Nope, I only selected these two. There we go. And then I need these two to be... Nope. I need it to be... Whoop. And then something like that, I think. Holy fuck, that's a terrible... Okay, well, maybe that's a little too much. Oh, the timing there is crazy. Look at that. Oh, no. Undo that. I need you to be angled again. Linear. There you go. That's a little too long. Nope. I think that kind of gets the idea. I think this needs to be a little bit faster. Why? I only want these two. I don't... Sometimes this thing pisses me off. Oh, okay. Well, fuck. Oh my god. Give me that. Give me that. And then let me move the points. Okay, well, I'll move 1 point at a time, I guess. Did you summit this morning? No. So, Nene, I'm actually going to do it tomorrow. Oh, it's words time. Fuck. I think I did just barely get this. But no, I'm going to be doing it. I have not done it the last couple of mornings because I'm going to do it Friday just because I'm going to need another 8 hours. Beautiful. I think that's perfect. And then the boom with the fucking with the sound effect of the thing. The Yu-Gi-Oh sound effect. I just need to find where I can get that Yu-Gi-Oh sound effect. And then we should be chilling. The only thing that this is missing is that. That way there's a shadow on it when Carrie comes into it.
Gone.
Boom. No, I think that might be good. I think that might be good. Anyway, I think that is all that we have for time before lunch, because now it is the time after lunch, which means we get to play everyone's favorite game. And until I come back, you get to play this game. And then at 1 p.m., I guess we're going to be focusing on more game development. We're going to figure out how to put platforms in our game. Oh, it's going to fucking suck. Anyway, I need a song to play behind this. So give me 1 second. That's the only thing that I did not plan for ahead of time. But I do need a song for this. Game dev what? I am making a game. A very... I have ideas, and I think they might be good ideas, but I don't have the fucking skill set to be able to make a game, so I'm gonna learn how to make a game. Because there's no to-dos. Nobody's telling me what to do. So I'm just gonna do that. Like, I have to do something the same way where there's nothing to do at work. You do have to do something. Scroll on your phone, whatever. So that's what we're gonna do. We're probably gonna do a little bit of game dev, a little bit of Denny percent. Like catching up on Denny percent again. Just because, I don't know, there's something very exciting about the game dev stuff that I'm very I'm excited, you know? So he has to do it himself. Yep, you know me. Let's go chill on some other map. Do I have spooky vibe? Spooky vibe. Oh my goodness. I just wanted spooky vibe. Just give me spooky vibe. So I think I got here, right? There you go. All right, everyone ready for some really intense words on stream this time? Oh, fuck off. Fucking music. Okay, here. There you go. You hear something. You hear it now. Vinculum. We didn't play the song. We didn't play words on stream yet. Stop guessing words before I play the funny game. All right, everyone. Good luck. My lunchtime. Your time to beat level 26. You got this. I believe in you. A little bit. Kind of. But now you hear music. Surely. You do hear music. Okay. Stop guessing words. It just came on. Goodness. I will enjoy lunch. Thank you. Gotta put on my slides. hell's that? Losing at level 1. What kind of work is this? Oh. Am I alive? Hello, Charlotte Speedruns. I am alive. A little bit. Just barely. Just enough. Tomorrow flannel? Who's... These questions and more answered in the next episode. Next episode is starting now. What are you talking about? Go, go, go! We have some game development to do. Whoa. Okay. I don't think anyone's playing this, so yes, we can end the progress here. That is fine. All right. Let's close that. That's really stressful music. And let's open this up. And no, don't give me Undertale music. Or whatever that is. Sure, whatever that is. Good luck, thank you. So, in case anyone was wondering, where did we leave off? Well, we left off at this. Let us go to debug, start new instance. And I will tell you where we left off and what the plan is next. So, we have a little guy. He can walk around. He can jump. He can also dash in every direction. We even got the diagonals figured out. If I really wanted to, I could dash into the ground. Not really recommended, but you know, at least it works. We can jump and dash. Oh. Apparently when I'm holding down, I can't jump. So right now, we are doing game development. This is what game development looks like, question mark. But right now, I need to figure out how to make collision handler in monogame. I need to find a way to work with collisions here that works no matter what we are using in monogame. Which means that I need a good system to do this. And I don't know how much direction do you want? Look, I mean, I don't want to take you have a job, you have a day job, but I am willing to take all the help that I can get for something like this. So if you have the opportunity, if you have the want and to help, then I am accepting of help. If you have things to do, then I don't want to take up your time. But I do want to... I am just here. This is just an experimental game. I do welcome any excuse to take my mind off this stinky job. Hell yeah. I mean, because I do want to get better. If I want any level of help that can make me better at this in some way. This is something that, like, again, I love finding out the formula for getting good at things. But coding, I've always had that, like, block in my brain. So, one of these days. So I think this is like the best chance that I have at doing that right now. So to add collisions in monogame, ECM. Is this the thing? So there is something called God, this is a little bit... Everyone's calling this a complex tutorial. Fuck. Tile map collisions. This might be something we want to see. So, like... Honestly... Don't say the J word? What is the J word? Doing some infrastructure work. Oh, sorry. I that's my bad. I let that one skid by. Okay. So infrastructure. This music is so distracting. I need you to be chill. This is way too. Let's just run with that. I can at least function with that music playing. That's crazy. So when you say infrastructure work, well, this is yeah, I can't say that word. Come on. What does that mean? What do you mean infrastructure? Did you think you accidentally said? Well, I didn't know. I was like, did I just say a word? So I'm not very good at tracking the words that are coming out of my mouth. I am not prone to saying slurs in any way, but I am just sometimes on a roll with just saying things. And I don't know if I said something that sounded like a slur, which made me go, what the fuck did I say in the last 5 seconds? I don't keep track of these things. I really should, but the moment I put on these headphones, I am just speaking. There was one time, like 3.5, 4 years ago, that, what's it called? Sky, Cheesy Pie, caught me saying a slur that I didn't even know was a slur back then. And I was like, oh, shit. Well, that makes a lot of sense. And so, you know, that's why I'm like, fuck, did I say something that was a slur that I didn't know again? But when you say infrastructure, you can mean like the code to collision check, the player to a platform, then another platform, and then another bat, and then a one-way platform. And so let me see if I can get this right then. We need... So you want to make a general infrastructure that you can reuse. Correct. Okay. This is the hardest part about coding, is generalizing things like this. So, but in my mind, we need a collision handler, right? Like that is a, I don't even know if I need to create, I'm just going to create it in the model library, but I assume that we need a collision handler.cs. Which, I don't know, we take this, or we take, no, not core game. I just want to take a couple of things from the top. I don't even know what I need here. We do public class. Does the library have collision stuff? I think there are a couple of collision libraries. Step 0 questions here. Oh, all right. We're just gonna take this. We're gonna go collision handler. And we're gonna do one of these and just make this collision handler. What are you trying to tell me? Stop trying to tell me things. What is the world data model? Like when you put a player or an enemy or a platform in the game, what is the data structure for that? God, I'm always bad at these questions because I don't know. I might know the answer, but I don't know what exactly you're fetching here. So let me think about this. What is the data structure for that? I don't know what you were alluding to, Cork. I'm sorry. Like, I think I know. I'm sorry that this step 0 question is tripping me up here a little bit. Like I said, it's been a little bit since I've done a coding-based task here. Like, I guess my predicament is that, like, I don't know. what you're trying to lead to. Where does that live? Where does the controllable player itself? Okay, so right now, depending on what part you're considering the player, we have inputs that are getting managed at game1.cs, where most of the operations are running. We are tracking inputs. We're defining how inputs can be defined. This is where like the was something just pressed is, like all that stuff is in here. And then the sprites are living in a graphics library that are, oh my god, it's been a little bit since I pulled the graphics in here. But basically there's this like sprite editor, MGCB editor, where this kind of allows us to work with the images in a way that Monogame understands, is my understanding. But I don't know if this is answering your question. I would also have to look back at what this even is, because it's been a hot minute. Also, I have to change I never changed the out of the just chatting category. Okay, there we go. What? Got an Amazon notification. So I have my graphics input. Let me pull up the Monogame tutorial resource as well, just to have it here. Optimize texture rendering. They went through texture optimization, which, like, sure, I don't know. I feel like that was a little bit above my head. Where is the content pipeline? I think this is loading assets through the Monogame content builder. Create new items, save changes in building content. Item folder that holds the images. Okay, yeah, so we have a folder that holds all the images. So this creates a content.mgcb. Where is it? File that then with the builder can turn it up. Ah, yes. This is how we have all the references for everything. Okay, cool. Splitting out the responsibility of different parts of code. I am assuming the core game loop is handled by Monogame, but you still want some data object representing everything. This is usually called a scene. Will direct you towards a scene entity component model. Hold. I'm gonna pull out the good old notepad. I do have a notepad for tracking things. So I'm gonna put direction. The direction we're moving in is toward and SECM. So we need to, so everything that we're doing. Okay. Now I'm understanding a little bit better what you're trying to say. Is it so when we say a scene, is this something that like we want to be able to reference everything within this scene? You have a scene. A scene contains entities. Entities have components. So to spawn a new bat, for instance, you can make a new entity, attach a sprite component and a collider component, and add it to the scene. Yes, I think conceptually that makes sense. But when something has everything, or an object represents everything, are we trying to... I guess functionally is a scene, like you said, an object which you can reference any object within it. So like if you wanted to pull entity 1 out of a scene, then that would be contained in the scene, and everything that is in the scene would be in that one thing. Do you currently have anything that vaguely represents a scene? I guess my question is, would a scene... Would a scene, as far as hierarchy goes, be above or below the update loop? Would the update loop just be the update loop for all of the scenes, or is there an update loop per scene? Because at least that'll direct me in a better direction to... Well, I mean, this just runs the game. My initial hunch is no. Right now, this is all just a bunch of code slapped into game1.cs that references all of the things in our library in order to make it run. I don't know if that's what makes game.cs the scene. Receives the update from the lower level library and then propagates that update to the entities it contains. So I don't think so. I think the way we have it structured right now is that like game1.cs is just in charge of everything. And it's just referencing all of the libraries. Yeah, game.cs, this is where our main like update loop is going and all that stuff. Above a scene. Okay. I get that. That makes sense. So then a scene within this. So oh god, what's the best way to represent this? Because I want to represent this sounds like game, scene 1, scene 2, scene 3. I just need like a visual towards this. Putting your Quark is teaching me the fundamentals of CS right now. Literally reteaching my degree and throwing it back at me. But basically. So this is, and then you said that this is where we have our entities, our enemies, our platforms, like, and this can be extended by any of these, I think. Okay. So right now there's no reason for more than one scene. Got it. Checks out. So I'm guessing within the mono game library, I can create a new folder that is dedicated to scenes. Then within scenes, I'll just call it scene 1. .cs. Maybe I don't want to put that underscore there, but scene is a generic thing. You'll probably only have one. Oh, interesting. So why? Okay, these are questions that I will ask later. And then the engine tells the game to do stuff. Game tells scene. Scene tells entities. Entity tells components. Okay. 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 So that is the data structure that you were referring to. Question after class. Hey, you don't get to tell me what to do. All right. You go back and get your computer engineering degree. Then we can somewhat talk on the same level. Kind of. I won't be that much help to you. But like, you can't give me questions after class. Okay. So, in the same way that this extends like this, we'd want something similar, I assume. I'm just gonna copy this for now. Making a member of the type scene in game 1. Entity adding, removal, and updating for now. Okay. And then this extends. How does animated sprite extend? Okay, it looks at the dot graphics. So I would, in this case, am I using... I don't know if this is entirely correct, but would I use something like dungeon slime dot dungeon, not content. No, it would just be in dungeon slime. Which means that this would be game 1. Also, why is game... Hold. Kinda just a convention. Is this a public class? What did I break here? What did I do? Did I do something in game.cs to break everything? What did I... What did I break here? Okay, well, I'll figure that out, but... Let me just start with scene. Okay. Ba-da-da. Oh, is it because Sprite has a way to refer to it? And if we wanted to refer to Sprite, then, or if we probably want to reference game 1, I assume, right? Or am I getting lost again? I'm getting lost again. Let me delete collision handler for now. Yeah, sorry. No, I was in sprites for a different reason. Okay. So what you're saying here, first off, I need to define scene. And oh, so this is going to handle adding, removing entities, removing entities, and updating entities. Uh-oh. Okay, there we go. Sorry, zombie robot came for a visit. So the whole goal with this is to be able to designate certain entities that are going to be a part of this scene. The list of entities in a scene. Since I do not care about performance, just use list entity. So you want to make that as a placeholder for now. Okay. Yeah, I don't think I do. So it would have to be entity equals new entity. Like something like new list entity or something. Something like that. I don't know if it's... Oh, entity handle? What? Represents a metadata entity. Type reference to... what are you? I don't know. It seems like that's something that exists. That is not what you want. No, okay, cool. I didn't think so. I hate the automatic thing. What I wanted to do was... Okay, I just want to call it... We don't have an entity... An overloaded word. Oh, stop. Oh my fucking god. Can this... I can't press space without this... Fuck. Thanks, Eugene. God damn it. These recommendations are trash. You're working with a class, so you want to declare a member variable like private list entity. Oh, well, first off, I fucked this up. So, hold on. First off, let me make sure everything is tabbed to the right tab. Declare, hold. Hold that thought. Let me make sure that I am understanding correctly. So something like this. So we want to, but we don't have the list. We don't have the entity. What's the word? The thing that we don't have yet. So I would go private entity or not equals. No. Let's go. Ah, stop it. Is something like that what we're looking for? Oh, underscore. And then this list should exist just no matter what. Let me, just for making sure I've got everything listed out correctly. Is this, so do we define velocity and then it'll complain because you don't have an, yeah, right. Well, yeah, once we get an entity class of sorts. And then so this we need to create a new entity list, period. Declare class. Oh, I'm seeing where you're. I'm seeing the vision now. Okay. So you could just reference new things like. Oh well, I didn't want to put you in graphics, but move. We're going to take everything from here, same things, like obviously some different, but mostly same. We're gonna do that, and then there's gonna be entity, and now this is an entity class that we can reference. And then this isn't going to be a list of entities. This is going to be a entity. Like, I mean, this is probably, I don't know if we're keeping this, but. No. Well, sure. Get rid of this. So now it understands what an entity is. This class will be the entity, so you can leave. An instance of this class will be the entity. Interesting. Oh, wait. Wait, so we want to create the list of entities in the individual entity? No. Because aren't we going to reference... I thought the entity class was going to represent... I guess it still can. Damn, this is a truly heavy coding screen now. Initialize it to an empty list. Hold up, I've forgotten how to set it to empty list. I have an empty list here somewhere. What is the fucking... What is the syntax for an empty list? What is the syntax for an empty list? Oh my god. It might be, oh, it might be, okay, yeah, probably new. Let's see if, okay, that works. I had the wrong brackets. Oops. This is for the scene class. That's what I was thinking, right? We want this in the scene class. We want the list of entities in the scene class. It might have been I think it was my oopsie. I think. Sorry. Okay. That making more sense now. I was a little confused by why we were putting the list in the entity itself. This makes more sense. Yippee. Okay. And now we are referencing entities and we can have a list. So it can resolve the name. Right. Okay. Sick. And then entities want components. So entities can have a certain level. So do we want to take it to the next level and go like a list of components and then create a new class for that? Since we're going with our our SECM. That we're going scene entity component model. So we need a component file as well. Oh my god. Which would have all the same things. Except we would go. And then we'd have no list here. Because that is just. We will have our list of components for each entity. And then as a result, we'll have a scene that has the list of entities that exist in it. And I assume that in the same vein, we will have a way to add and remove components from each entity. Okay. So the next step in my brain, putting this together, is that now that we have a scene that can reference entities, you can just make a method add entity. And I assume that this is just a private add entity. Oh no, I guess public void. Or no. We'll just make a public add entity. We'll just make public void. Fucking asshole. I'm trying to learn here. I thought I turned off the auto recommendations. Like, I guess it's helpful, but if I'm trying to recall some of this, then it's a little intrusive. I would assume that the same goes for no, remove entity. So add, remove, and I just what does it recommend for this? For each entity in entity list. We'll leave that alone for now. We'll leave that alone for now. But I guess this makes sense. So when we're adding entities, we're just trying to add the entity that exists. So when it comes to, is a very fundamental design pattern. Hey, you know, it is making sense to think about it this way. I think where so my next bit of confusion is that at some level, the entity has to be defined by something. By, like, it has to define, like, you know, what a character is versus, like, what a component is. off your comments so it knows the intent. That's true. That's true. So like, you know, when we add and remove from a list, we are just adding and removing from what the scene contains. And then like I assume for components it's gonna be the same. Yeah. Sure. So with this, we can add entities to a list. That's great. Now, when up, I guess, now we have to define what an entity is. Like, what qualifications an entity can have. So for instance, like I'm trying to use the sprite class as like a point of comparison. But the scene data would come from an asset file to build the list of entities. But for a small project like this, just letting game hardcode building the startup scene will be fine. The scene data would come from an asset file to build the list of entities. So I think I'm still struggling to see the connection between like... So we can add everything to a scene, which I assume in the game class, we are going to populate this scene with all the entities that we want to render. You have the bin file for a map. That's the scene data. The game reads that file and builds a scene based on its condition. I see. Okay. Okay. So in this case, game will populate the scene. The scene will say what it has. And you'll have all your entities. Dungeon Game 1 has a scene that holds the slide. Yes. Yeah. So what you're getting at is that everything that is in game 1 should be moved, or everything that constructs the game in the bat, or the bat and the slime, needs to be moved to the entity class to establish who those things are. And then game 1 would just reference scene to fetch the slime and the bat and then do their respective things to them. So like all the keyboard inputs and all that, like we can leave alone, but ooh, excuse me. But for instance, things like slime bounds, we want to be able to define, we want all of our entities to be bounded by the screen. So we want to set a fundamental property of entities to be, they cannot leave the screen. So slime will inherit entity. When building the scene on startup, you just go my scene, add entity, new slime, and then it will just put in new slime. So slime has to be okay. So entity is going to be like all of the things that we want all of the rules that we want every entity to follow. but I'm still going to have another file that is just every individual entity. For instance, the properties of being a slime, the properties of being a bat. And then we'll put all of the specific things for each of those in there that extends entity, which has all of the rules that they adopt, which are then adopting all of the rules of the scene. I'd recommend going full component based, but an inheritance based approach may be more beginner friendly. I'm just following Cork, but look, I am open to any and all advice. This is big learning for me. Is typically pretty empty. Empty, defined per entity behavior. Okay, so that's kind of what we were talking about. Is its own thing, but a slime is an entity and can be treated, handled as such. Okay, so so I think just to properties of being an entity that should be across every entity. They should all obey screen bounding, interact with other entities, or like, I think interact with other entities makes sense. Interactions with each other. They should be able to what's it called? They should obey platform bounding. And that's all going to live here. I guess the interaction with other entities is kind of complex. Like, maybe that could be on an entity to entity level, because obviously, like, I'm not going to interact... Slime's not going to interact with a bat the same way the bat's going to interact with the slime. Or, like, the bat's going to interact with something else, like a secret third thing. But I assume that... You would put physics collision bounding into entity. Oh, interesting. So, in this case, it might be a more personal question as far as like how I see the game, but then what else is there to being an entity besides being under the same group of things? Maybe in this case it doesn't matter. And it could be a manager that only performs game logic. I'd either code it into the specific entity types that need to be respected, or better yet, make a balance enforcer component and attach it to entities that need to be respect bounding. Got it. All in all, what I'm understanding is that I do need a list of the entities that I am referencing and the list of components that I will be referencing. And then within entities, we'll have... Do we have a slime? No, I don't think we have a slime. But then under entities, then we want like a slime.cs and a bat.cs, which gives us the... to start typing dismiss or don't show this again. You're gonna implement an ECS from scratch? If it helps me understand how the fuck this works, which it is making sense. It is making sense. Oh well, no, it's an SECM. Sorry, not an ECS. We're implementing an SEC. Surely that's better. We'll be defining behavior in the component class. From scratch. Well, I have people who seem to be very willing to help me out with this that I appreciate more than you know. But I think we can make it through. And we have this is the inspiration for all this. Is fucking Toby Fox out here with the banger music and just general, you know, fucking making a game ass. but making a game good. Sorry, his ass be making games and be making them good. But so like defining behavior. Might have a single class for all the behavior of a bat or slime. Because we want to be able to... So let me just spitball some things out there. Let me just throw... The wrench that I don't know about, since I don't know how Game works, is rendering. Did you write the sprite class, or is that part of the engine? No, I took the sprite class from Monogame. But this is... The spriting is handled by this. The only thing that I have not, like, built... So we had to build a texture atlas, a texture region, being able to define regions and stuff. Is this editor that is the content manager. That behavior should be a component so they can share it. Okay. Okay. And that's where things like bounding and stuff goes. Or maybe. Just make sprite inherit component and you're good. Sure. Let's go. So with a component class, now you can attach a sprite to an entity. Now I could attach a sprite to an... Wait. So like... So in very pseudocode, let me see. What is defined here in sprite? Okay, sprite doesn't define, but I can create a new sprite in, you can attach a sprite to an entity. So like, sorry, I'm just making sense of what you were trying to tell me. Whenever you're making the sprite for the slime, just do that in the slime. In the slime constructor. Why did the fuck happen to Botrix there? That was crazy. So whenever you're making the sprite for the slime, just do that in the slime. Oh, wherever you're making the sprite for the slime. Just that in the slime.cs and use add component to attach it. Because we have add component. Wait. Oh, we don't have add component. No, we do have add component. It's in the entity list. Okay. So in slime, oh wait, in the slime component. Okay, I see. So these fucking, I'll leave that there. But that's the slime component. Let me build this part of it. Slime can add a sprite to its... Okay, hold on. Okay. So sprite is a component because it extends component. So in slime, We extend entity. No, not entity handle. That's wrong. That you can send and maintain a fair game is so hard. I'm very jealous of who knows how to do this well. Yeah. No, this is my main problem, is that I don't understand how these things interlocked, and I feel like this is just the hurdle that I have to get past. So, in this case, slime should be able to do, like, what? That add in very... It's a mix of all of this and then the fucking syntax that is like... I'm learning a new language while also learning the writing system, and this is like breaking my brain. So we need to be able... So slime is an entity. We have slime as an entity. And sprite is a component. What are the languages you're usually familiar with? Typically familiar with Python is probably the best. Constructor. It's been a couple of years. I took Java a long time ago and C++ a long time ago. I learned Java and C++ a long time ago. So I need to let me refresh my ideas here a little bit. What? Public slime? Okay, I'm not familiar with base here. I do remember seeing this in game1.cs. But I don't think I saw that anywhere else. The base is only necessary if entity has an explicit constructor. So I'm just gonna ask a super simple question because I think I need to understand the simple. You're including it just for completeness. Oh. I was going to say, what is the point of a constructor? Is it just so that it can be referenced? Like, just so that if you are trying to reference a slime, then this is the way that you can reference it. This runs every time code does new slime. Okay, hold on. Notes. This runs every time code does new slime. Okay, so it is in a way like for it to be... Okay. So this runs anytime we create a new slime. This is what happens. Which in this case is nothing. Calls the constructor of the class it directly inherits. I don't know what Botrix keeps fucking up the word constructor. Okay. So now that slime is constructed via the constructor, Did we get a... Okay, never mind. No, that's a legit person. Base constructor is called implicitly buffer and includes so the flow is totally explicit. That sounds good to me. That I like when everything's specified explicitly, named. So just make sure it's good. Okay. So a parameterless constructor on the base class, or if you want to use a different constructor. Okay. Okay. Oh, you can have multiple constructors. Interesting. In a given class. Oh, is that what is happening? If we had a public entity with like some fields that you could pass into it, then it would be a different constructor. That scared me for a second. That sound, I thought something else was going on. That was just the music though. Scary. So now I can refer to a slime and add it to a list anytime we want to create a new slime. So I think now with this information, now you can attach the sprite to an entity. Just do that in the slime constructor and use add component to attach it. Okay. Vector 2, which would let you do something like new slime initial position. Okay. Okay. Hell yeah. Okay, I understand. I understand. So, in this case, wherever we are creating a sprite for the slime, which, give me a second. So we are creating animated sprite. I assume that would be here. Initialize the bat. Okay, and then over here, this is where we're doing this slime creation. So anytime we call a slime, anytime we create a new slime, we want to create an animated version of it. So that's what's happening in this load content field. If we took this and put it in the slime constructor, we'd have to reference texture atlas from here. Or just using monogame graphics. There we go. Content does not exist in the current context. What is content doing? So content seems to be, there's something coming. What is content? Since the global so what do we mean by creating this? Wherever you're making the sprite for that slime, just do that in the slime constructor and then use add component to attach it. So are we talking the new? No. Oh, okay. Wait. No, but then we're referencing Atlas. Yeah, these make the slime instance, but we have to pull this. That's why I was pulling this file as well, or this as well. Or set modify slime. Hold on. There's a way to set... Did I miss this? Hold on. So this is all the bounding information. Let's see. But good enough. All right, I like good enough. So over here, we can go public. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, not here. Not here. Not here. Oh. In the field declaration. Into the class body. Okay, I was gonna say, because isn't this the field declaration? So I guess we have to move it out into here. And then we can take this. Okay. Okay, and then these files. These properties. We can go game1 dot atlas. Slime does not exist in the current. Of course it doesn't. So we have to define slime, which I think is just a vector. No, an animated sprite. Game 1 does not exist in the current context. We have to reference oh. Do we have to use dungeon slime? Is that not the name of the dot game one? No, not dot game one. What would I do? Huh? No. Dungeon slime. Oh, do we have to do dot dungeon slime? No. What? Let me use game 1. Oh, wait. No. Why are you like this? Does the class name not match the file name? It does not. Oh wait, no, it does. It's game 1. Come on, a game. What are you doing? Make sure you have namespace dungeon slime on all of your files. On which... Oh, you mean like... Do I need to have them here too? And you can remove the using now. Oh, what a banger fucking song. What the fuck? Oh wait, is that enough to? You should probably stop it. Oh, I mean, would that cause any issues? I thought it'd be fine. Beam, 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 beam. Game is no longer running. We're still having problems here. What's your problem? We have Atlas. For some reason we have a big old space there. Shouldn't be the case. All the files in the same project. So we have monogame library. So these are all under monogame template test. Dungeon Slime is like the folder that holds everything. No. Why are you like this? Why are you like this? Ah. Oh, excuse me. Check the project file to make sure all your files are... what do you mean? Like, all your files are included. Are you talking this one? Why no reference? Oh my goodness. What's your fucking deal? Do we need to use namespace in the Atlas as well? Huh. Oh, no, 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 no. Do not move that. Oh my God, stop moving things. New dungeon slime.game1. So this is able to reference it to run it. Does not exist in the namespace Dungeon Slime. You're lying. You're literally lying. I think you have multiple assemblies going on here. I don't like you said that, the way you said that with the music suddenly going hard. What does that mean? Try moving your entities folder out of monogame library. Wait, what does this mean? Am I not supposed... Okay, so... Fuck. Here comes the explanation. Alright. Cork's about to dish out the fucking issues that I've had with it. This is the way that they structured the goddamn tutorial. Monogame library is an independent chunk of code that is going to get built into its own DLL. DLL definition. Dynamic link library. Monogame library a subfolder of Dungeon Slime, or are they side by side? No, they should be a subfolder. Look, they're all, I mean, they're all, oh wait. A subfolder of Dungeon Slime. Oh, so this is also just partly them. Project reference include monogame library. I see. Okay, so move monogame library into Dungeon Slime, so it should be like this, we think. Oh, let's undo that. Nothing like that. I'm guessing. God, why do I feel like a lot of the things that we want to do, we're being hung up by the tutorials like framework here? There is a second CS proj file, yes. Just have all the source files be in Dungeon Slime. I guess that would mean I'd have to like re-reference everything differently, right? Rename. I wasn't gonna rename it. I didn't want to rename it. Namespace monogame library. Things like this. Where is the core engine code living? Is it part of the... Did I download a pre-built DLL? It's living here in the Dungeon Slime folder. If I'm reading what you're saying right. Oh wait. Yeah, there's nothing in there. It's just this. This has all the DLLs. God, see, how do y'all know this? Prog knows what they're doing. Okay. So that is totally fine, Cork. It is just crazy how y'all know what you're doing. That is, you know, what the fuck. You should only have one CS project. I'm guessing. I mean, I don't know why they like this is what they told me to do in the tutorial. At the root of your yeah. But okay. So there only should be one. And all of my sources should be under the same folder. So there's nothing in this folder. I'm going to delete it. There's nothing in this folder, so I'm going to delete it. I am going to put all of this into this folder. No. Let's not replace object. What's under object? Wait, what is all this? Okay, delete mono game library. Delete this object. Hope you're having a good one. Hello, Sev. I am doing my best. How are you doing? We are just doing our best is the best way to put it. Did it work? Oh, wait. Why is this still here? Delete this. Yo, short hike. Really crazy. Okay, you know what? No, I'm not trying to move bin and object. It just keeps... Okay, I see. I see. I see. Okay. Okay. We are back. You're no longer making two projects. I'm glad I am no longer making two projects. I don't know why it told me to do that. Maybe I got something catastrophically wrong months ago, but I don't think so. So what I can do is do all the same things. Here. I could have just renamed everything that was slime, but that's fine. And then I think this should be bat animation. Let me just double check. Game1.cs. Bat animation and same vector and scale. Okay. So wait a second. So the sprite isn't the bat, it's just one component. Oh, okay. This is just, I see. So this is just creating a sprite. This isn't specifically, because everything inside of it is pertaining to the sprite anyway. So this should all be sprite. I see what you're saying. This is just saying, hey, this is a new animation. Or new animated sprite component. F2, it should be, I think right here, find and replace. I do know about this. I just wanted to make sure I'm covering my bases. So it's actually, yes. So after this, then we go to the entity list, and then we can add. So from here, we would go entity list. And would this be still in the component? What? Hold. Oh, rename. Oh. Let's see, F2. Oh, that's crazy, actually. Okay, F2's nuts. Sick. All right, I'm going to remember that. And if I don't, I'm going to write it down. Shortcuts. Y'all have no idea how much I appreciate you, by the way. Like, this kind of learning is so hard to do alone. And I feel like I'm genuinely learning with your help. And I'm sorry that it takes so much time out of your day, but I appreciate you being here. Rename is more powerful because it finds actual uses of the selected variables. Oh, I see. Hell yeah. So inside of the component, or sorry, not in component. So from here, we're extending entities so we can, so we add a component here, which is sprite. So anytime we reference a new one, it adds a component so that we have an entity to reference. Or it adds a sprite. No, it adds the sprite component so that a sprite exists to reference. The sprite is now in the component list. But wait, so don't we want to keep these like named separately so we know, like, hey, when, like, for instance, don't we want to make the distinction between a slime sprite and a bat sprite when it is in the list, so that when we're looking through the list for what sprites are correlated with them, then we know what to reference? Even though I went back and reworked it at one point, it's still horrendous. Each entity has its own component list. The slime has its component list. Trigger an animation on death. The pat. Okay. So this is kind of like a pipeline then. Did you do bingo already? We did not do it today because Carrie was feeling ways and she needs some time to herself. She just needs to relax and take care of herself. So, and that's totally fine. That's totally good. So we're going to do it another day. We're going to handle it some other time. But I want to, Carrie needed to take the day and just make sure that she's doing okay. And that's important. That's more important than bingo for sure. So this is kind of like a pipeline then, where we have a slime. Every time we create a new slime, we're adding the slime to the entity list that we have. So that collects all of the entities that we then ship over to the scene. The scene ships over to the game so that the game knows what entities to load in. But before that, each slime is going to have in a lower level all the components that it's added to. You'd add the slime to the entity list when you construct the scene. Yeah. So like this get slime bows. I mean, that is what's happening right now. Load in, add entity to seed. So every time an entity is added to the scene, then they're the same thing. Okay, yeah. Oh, okay. So every entity that is added to the scene is loaded into the game. That is the same. That is what loading into the game is. Once it's added to the scene. Okay. So we're going to have an entity list. Wait, but if we're going to have an entity list... No. Yes. Did I name these wrong? This is a component list. No. This is a list of entities that each have their components. And then that's probably... Oh, so we should call it component list. Okay. Hold. I've lost my entity. Okay. So this should be let's do our F2 trick. I remember the F2 trick. Look at that. Hell yeah. That's pretty sick. Okay. So component list. This is how we add. So our slime gets created within here. Then we can... Wait. Oh, these are the constructors to allow slime to add the component to the list. So they're already in the list. We don't even have to do anything here. This list is getting popular. Oh, wait. Yeah, that list is getting populated. That's what this is for. Yes, because we're extending this. Okay, that's why add is working. Okay. So component list is getting the list of slimes and bats. Not bats yet. We just do this. Okay. So let me run through this workflow again. We have the scene. Anything that is loaded into the scene is added to the game. They're the same thing. So once the entity list takes in every entity. No. So the component list is created for each entity. The entities are the slimes, in this case. The slimes and the bats. So in... Okay. Hold on. Good time to circle back to game/scene. Once you have an update pipeline and a render pipeline, you'll be able to run it and observe the entities on screen. Okay. Yeah, I was trying to get back to scene by following the logic here. So anytime we reference new slime... No, it's okay. It's okay. I am writing as much as I can down while we go through it, and that's why I'm trying to like conceptual, because if I can really understand what's happening here, then we might make it through. So now in a scene we can add slimes through here. Is this where we add the slime or slimes? Whichever we decide. Or bats? Because now we have slimes that can get created and add themselves to a component. I guess the one thing is that now we have a component list In the scene, you could do add entity, new slime. Yes. Yes. And the slime will have all of the components from here. Okay. Okay. So component.cs just needs to get fucked and die. Wait. We'll worry about it later. First, the proper way of doing it, then the way you probably want to actually do it for this. Not the same. Fuck! Fuck! Wait. Sorry, no. I need that component class. Never mind. I'm stupid. No. I forgot that we need the component class. Even though it's not doing anything right now. It just exists for reference. Oh my god. So this is where we can create the components that are... What the fuck is this doing? Okay. Well, let's stick with this. Because apparently we have the setup for adding things to this scene. So, the proper way of doing it. And I assume there's going to be another fire hose of information coming from Cork. Oh, God. It exists only to be inherited. What the fuck? What the fuck? If you want, you could declare as an abstract so you can't accidentally make instances of it. It's fine. It's fine. Oh, whatever. It's only an abstract class. Oh, okay. I understand. It's like making a variable, basically. Except it's just something, you can make it whatever name you want. Kind of. Scene data is stored in a structured file. Scene gets a load to scene path. That's the .bin function that, or in Celeste terms, .bin. That loads the file, parses what entities it needs to make, and makes them. You no longer need to make code changes to edit a level. Because all of the code will be contained in that file. Sprite, you'll make instances of the raw component class. I think the only level of confusion now. I say only. Okay. It just seems interesting to add a sprite. When you create a new slime, it adds a sprite as a component of a slime. And then we would add slime as an entity to this. Okay. What you'll probably actually do is make a setup initial scene function in your game class for your hard code. Hold up. Whoa. Stop trying to add things. Where you hard code adding entities to the scene. Okay, so we're hard code adding entities to the scene. So this is everything that just definitions. Make a new class that inherits C and do it in that class's component. So first let me find where I'm setting this up. So underscore slime update. No, that just keeps running. I choose the first option. Oh, so I would have to make a new function here. That is, does it have to be protected override? Or just a private void? I assume just a private void. I don't know what protected override does. Assign random bat velocity? You mean the same as the other assign random bat velocity? I don't know about that. You will never put non-generic. Okay. That sounds like very important. Hold on. Scene, entity, and component themselves are generic infrastructure. You will never put non-generic code in those files. That is good. That is awesome to know. Just fundamentally, that means anytime I need to do something specific like adding a slime to the game, it's not going to be handled by any of those files. It's going to be handled by the game file, or it's going to be handled by something else. Like you were suggesting, making a new file that has a constructor that can run the code to do such a thing. And so, in this case, then we want to pull the entity list. Or do we add to the entity list then? No. Wait, so we have entities added to we have sprites added to a component list. And call that game1.initialize. You'd create the scene and add entities to it in initialize. Okay, and that's where Cork was saying make a new method and call it that in initialize. So you'd create the scene. Should I know what that means at this point to create the scene? Game 1 will need a field to reference the active scene. So would it be scene? And then draw.entityList as a field. Public static scene. Oh, never mind. Oh, no. Public static scene, active scene. And do we have to... Not inside the method. What? As a field... Oh, it needs something to reference, so we need this outside here. Okay, this just needs to be something that they can all see. Oh. Okay. So, there's an active scene that is would be like that. So we create a new scene. Well, no, we don't. Do we create a new scene? There's nothing being done inside of the scene. Do we, when we create a new scene, I assume that we want to add... So we still need to populate this then, is that correct? Where we have to fill the constructor with... The constructor can be empty, but don't we want the scene to have information from... You can even omit... What the... What? What? Oh, sorry. Oh, right. We weren't doing it here. We were doing it in here. We were doing it in here. This is... Sorry, I got confused. I thought in Entity we were doing all this stuff. Okay. No. So, this is where we're doing that. For every scene ever created. Okay. So we have a new scene that needs to have active scene, add entity. Okay, well, fuck. I was gonna write that. I promise I was gonna write that. I guess it was too calculated. And then I assume we can do the same thing with the bat. Fuck you. So this will add entities to the active scene. And then we need to call this inside of initialize. And this will give us the sprites that we need. Well, so this was getting called in load content originally. Because right now we're only loading in the sprites through these... Through this. We're only adding in sprites through these entities. Or sprite as a component of slime through these entities. So does that mean that I need to... Is where you'd initialize your atlas. So that's kind of what we brought this code. This is the code that we brought from load content. But I guess these are gonna have more parts to it, right? We just started with sprite because that was the easiest thing to reference right now. Okay. I'm just going through this logic so that I understand where to put this. That is the only reason I'm like inquiring about where this should go. Whew. And that's bat. So bat is the same as slime right now. So with the current setup, we have slimes and bats. Both of them have a sprite component. And we are loading in slimes, a slime and a bat. And we are initializing this file with a slime and a bat, which both contain a animation that that has to be referenced at some point. I think that's what a lot of the graphics part is like hard carrying right now, is that I forget where they or how they even like assigned the bat and slime. Like how we specified what's going where. Because wouldn't that make sense to put in here too? The bat and slime, like what makes a slime have the picture, the specific picture that it does? I think I'm just surprised by, or yeah, I think I'm a little confused. That bat position thing is similar for slime, but there are higher priorities for now. Fair enough. With the way this works, we should be able to manifest a bat and a slime, I think. Now that we've set up the initial scene with a bat and a slime, everything else, there's a lot of other band-aid like patches that are put on right now. But we set up the initial scene in initialize. So it should work. Theoretically, right? Theoretically, this should work. I'm going to hit it. It won't work? Oh, fuck. Why did someone have to say something before I press the button? I like pressing the button. I like pressing the, hey, is this going to work button. Why was the 12 back? I don't know what you're talking about, Nene. It was perfectly normal. It was perfectly fine to me. Like, I don't know why everyone keeps saying that. It's not ready to ship yet. I just wanted to see what would happen in its current state. It is not ready to ship yet. Okay, it exploded. That's what happened. Null reference. Oh, this is my favorite. Yippee. Okay, anyway. Wait, there was another problem? Game 1 dot slime is never assigned to. I see. Isn't a thing anymore, so it remains null. Probably just remove those variables entirely. That, yeah. Right, because we moved them somewhere completely different. Because now, anywhere that there's slime, we have to... If we're calling for slime, then we have to reference slime from somewhere. Is that where we would go just slime? Should move to the slime class. Okay, okay. Yes, this was... God, I was hoping there wouldn't be this much hard-coded logic in the tutorial. I wanted a little bit more, like, control, not just, hey, put a bunch of code in a program and see it work. I was hoping that it'd be in a way that, like, I could do what we're doing here. Okay. So, for cleaning up, the player-related stuff like move speed, dash timer should move to the slime class. The player-related stuff. Move speed, dash... I see. So, dash direction, point B so that you can get visible progress. I don't want visible I want, see, my biggest problem with tutorials is that they just kind of go, hey, so you got something working. Now try to make something to scale. Okay. So I assume all of this needs to be moved into the slime class. Actually, now that I say that. So, okay, yeah. High level design principles, those are high level concepts. But see, like, I guess, like, I can, like, if you teach me how to read, like, I can reference things back and forth and figure out the context for things. Like, but I don't understand where to put things. And if I don't know where to put things, things are going to be put in bad places. Like, I get it. Position as a component rather than a field. All right, let me just move, because now we want to move all of our movement logic too, right? That is true. That is true. Programmatic. Time for a design decision. Sick. Holy fuck. So you're saying that this would just be... Wait, no, there's no code. No nothing in component. No. Purely for abstract things. But wait, then where would I put this? Oh, this would go into components. Like positioning. Make position, scale, and rotation an inherent part of every entity by baking it into that class. Or making a component that handles position, scale, and rotation. Oh, wait. Make those things into a transform component that gets attached to applicable entities. Da, 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 da. Okay, all right. I think B sounds like the right way to do it. I know you were saying it's a decision, but I feel like this is just... I don't know. Feels like the right way to do it. And so I know the class isn't ready yet, but I assume that I want to do a split down the middle on this one. Really? Position, scale, and rotate. Make those things into a transform component that gets attached to applicable entities. Make position, scale, and rotation an inherent part of every entity. Because then I guess like I guess that makes sense as far as like scope of the game. Like if you know that there's only ever going to be... So if I'm understanding this correctly, if you go with A, then you want every Madeline to always move like Madeline. There is no way that you are going to make Madeline do something positionally or rotationally that Madeline won't want to do. As opposed to B, that does allow you to take Madeline, two different Madelines, and change their position, scale, and rotation like independently. Is that the distinction here? I'm guessing B is more complex, but like flexible. A is easier, but movement is all about how the entity updates itself. Entities that don't use their transform for anything will still have those local variables sitting there. Yeah, with no transform. With B, you have the option of making entities with no transform. So like, So if you wanted an NPC that just didn't move. Or am I like thinking about it like too like... A forces everything to have a position. Oh, the ability to have. The ability to have. That is what we are talking about. A forces everything to have a position, scale, and rotation. I think I like giving something that property. Giving something a position, scale, and rotation. I think that's what I want. At least because then I can be conscious about it. Like, I can be conscious about, like, okay, it is time to do this. The code patterns are simpler. I will do whatever. I think maybe doing both is probably a good way to practice. Because I know you say that the code patterns are simpler. I have no concept of how this is going to influence code down the line. I barely know the code that I'm writing right now. Like, you tell me it and I read it and I understand it. But outside of that, I don't know where it's going to go. I don't know how it's going to go. I don't know when it's going to go. But what you're saying is that I can either have it here or here. If a fully composition-based solution exists, this is so interesting. I didn't even know that all of these layers this is so cool. It's so mind-bending, but it is so cool. So let's do this. Let's do this. I will do A. If it's going to have, I think I should go with the simple alternative, where position, transform, everything is defined within each entity, so that things can be simple. And that way, if I don't like it, I don't like it. If I do like it, then I do like it. So I think we're going to move all of the slime stuff into slime. And I'm going to so in this case, slime is the only thing that's going to be dashing. So we want to give slime the dash mechanic, right? Or the dash. I would say I'm a data-oriented design proponent, though. I can't wait to be good enough to know what how these things are different. So this is the dash handling. We want to handle dashing. Oh, does that mean we need our own update clause in the slime? If we wanted to move things like this into slime? And we'll circle back to it later. Okay. I'm even writing my master's thesis on why inheritance concept should be phased out in favor of data-oriented approaches. I need examples. I need examples. I can't. That sounds really cool. I wish I could contribute somewhat to this. Fucking... Did I not bring velocity in here? I didn't bring velocity in here. Slime position, movement speed, dash timer, dash direction. Velocity. Okay. And now technically the slime has everything. Sure. Boom. Is there anything else that I'm missing from this? We're going to keep this here. I assume that gravity should affect everything similarly. So maybe we want to keep gravity as like a game component. I'm going to move this stuff into bat. We have the scene. We have the texture atlas. Bat position, set the initial position to the right of the new slime. I don't know if initialize should also be one. Like these two things. I'm going to move these into bat. No, not update. Actually, I don't know if initialize works here. Assign random bat velocity. That's going to be... So you have to implement the transform stuff before you can port that part. Well, I thought we were going to do position... Sorry, I don't know if what's it called? But I thought I mentioned that I think I'm going to stick with the first version, which is each entity has like its set position. Do we still need to create a transform component if we're going to make everything... If we're going to go with option A, just the simpler implementation? Okay, you wouldn't have a transform component. Okay, that's what I was thinking. It's not that each entity has position, it's that entity has position. Entity has. Oh, so we still have to extend. We still have to extend transfer. Okay. Okay. Okay, hold that thought. I'm gonna take movement speed and also put this in here. And then we're gonna... What is your problem? You don't like... Slime does not exist within the current context. Sure. Fine. Fine. This is the benefit of inheritance, implemented once and shared by a ton of different things. Oh, we're gonna have a fight. We're gonna have programmatic and corks start swinging. Okay, so we do want a component that is transform.cs that can be inherited by entity. Kind of like that, right? No? Wait, what? Oh, no, I know. I'm just being dramatic. But wait, so if we're not... Hold. We're talking about this entity. We're saying that this needs to handle positioning. Got it. First off, let me organize this. What am I, heathen? And then we can add public vector to position. Okay. So this is the stuff that we were doing in game 1, I think. Wait, we did this somewhere. Where did I do this? Yo, Prague subbing for another month. Holy, thank you so much. 3 whole months. Actually, I do gotta remember to add that to the list of subs. That is 1 out of 5 now. 4 more we get it to do. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. Uno. Okay. Let's move that. Let's get rid of that. I love how this started as like a mission to get collisions in here, and we have just been refactoring our base because it sucks. Okay, I'm back. Just leave it as position alone for now. You can implement scaling rotation later if you need. Okay, so you're saying literally just leave it at this. Just leave it at that. Don't get crazy with it. Trust me, collisions will be much easier. I trust you. I trust you. Cork, I trust you too much, okay? And the both of you have been teaching me a lot. This has been a very, very, I think, productive, like, understanding of how things work here. Because once things are organized, then I feel like I can work my way around, especially. Now, all entities have a position. You can set that up in set up initial scene where you create the entities. Oh. Wait a second. Wait a second. So if we go back here, and we go to our set up initial scene, you can set that in set. Now that's a fun discussion. Like I said, they're gonna start swinging. It's gonna happen. Okay, so you can set that up in set up initial scene where you create the entities. Oh, in the function. So add new slime, and then we can add this as a hold. Let me see if I can deduce how this is going to. Well, so this is just surfacing position, so we can set that. Wait, can we set that? Well, identical until people start using your module in their code. So are you saying that I can just put a value? Wait, no. Wait, yes, because it's public, so we can reference it. Does that? Then do we? No, we don't just pass in a field. Do we just? No, we don't. We create an entity object. Position is available. How do we? How do we set a position for an entity from here? If it's public here and there's nothing else that needs to be done here. Then do I just reference it like entity.position equals fucking no. No. I have to make a local variable reference to new slime and new bat. Okay. Oh, because this is already adding it to the scene. The moment that it's added to the scene, it's done. So we have to manipulate it before it gets there. Okay. So if we did slime equals new slime. Not... Oh, I did that. Whatever that is. Then we do slime. And then this would be slime. You lose the reference. Oh, that's funny that we can manipulate it afterward, but we just have to make sure that we can touch it at all. So then we do slime dot... Because the position is... Because slime is extending entity, which has the position field that we can manipulate. Is that correct? Did I sound smart? And now we put the slime, and the slime gets added. Oh! Oh! Crazy! Crazy! Okay. Yeah, because slime, boom, entity. And then entity, fucking boom, position. Which means that we can rotate it, we can do whatever. We just got to put it in there. And then the last part. Only inaccuracy is semantic. This has always been my problem. I have never been able to accurately describe things, which is a problem in itself, but we'll get there. Wait, no, you were right. This feels like celebratory music. So, in here, then we can put things like rotation and stuff. But here's the thing. This is the thing. This is the next confusing bit. So we are giving the slime. It is indeed a field. Yeah, I was told to get rid of it. I think Prague said to get rid of that. But now that we have this, we are assigning a position. Sorry, I'm back. So, now we are giving a slime a position. But how does this position translate to an actual position change in the game? Because right now we're just giving numbers to the slime entity. Right? And this is moving it 5 to the right and 5 down. But what we want to do, it will read that position to determine where it is rendered when you render the sprite. Okay, so sprite rendering is the next part of it. You'll also use it for collisions. Oh my god, we're almost there. We're almost there from what it sounds like. We're closer than we've ever been. So when it comes to the mouse slime cookie position, so now we have to find where we're rendering the slime. Oh wait, no. No. Hold on. Let's implement the update pipeline. Okay, Fair enough. Fair enough. Update pipeline is fucked. At least over here. So on update, let's get rid of this. This is useless. So update. What makes this update different from the game update? Because I thought update was just a general, like, hey, your game updates every frame, right? Which is why I find it weird that an individual entity can have an update function. When you update the game, you update the scene. But sometimes you want to update. Okay, but not vice versa. If you update an entity, you won't update the scene. And sometimes for performance and other things happening. Like, for instance, if you take a hit, let me try to make this analogous to something. In the case where, like, you're in a game where you take a hit as a player, as the slime, then you want to change the health on your slime without updating anything to the scene. But you still need to update the entity, which is why you need an entity or an update specific for entities. Is that the main game update is where every update function runs? Okay, so every other update function is like cycling inside of this main or bigger update function. Game is what the engine calls in to for the update. Game updates the scene. Scene updates the entities. Entities update the components. It's all just telling them to update themselves, not actually doing the logic for them. Okay. So, update is just a flag to go, hey, something needs to change. Or this is where something will change. What do you know about inheritance? Does the word virtual mean anything to you? I think from your conversation about inheritance, where like things keep picking up from each other, like if that's what we're talking about, we're like, you know, for instance, the slime is inheriting the entity, the characteristics of an entity. So it has position, it has all these things. But it doesn't have, the position doesn't have to be defined here. Like, it can be, or not defined, but like created, I guess. Step 1 is to add the abstract update methods for entity and abstract. Okay. Does the word virtual mean it? Well, oh, in this context, no. Virtual does not mean anything. So if we go to entity, we get rid of all this. Is virtual, okay, virtual, no. For entity and component. Public virtual void. Virtual function. Oh, okay, hold on. I'm gonna write this down. Virtual. Is one defined in a class, but classes that inherit it are allowed to replace it with their own... Oh. Virtual function is one defined in a class, but classes that inherit it, so in this case, Slime and Bat, which inherit entity, are allowed to replace it. They can replace the update function with their own definition of update. Or in this case, update. But of any function, then it could be replaced with virtual. So I don't have a way to make this analogous to anything, but I think I understand. It's like if there's certain logic inside of the update function inside of entity, but Slime has its own update function, then sometimes we want Slime to be able to use its own update definition rather than follow what entity has. But we want them all to have the ability to update. To make the current member override the implement, add the override keyword, otherwise add the new keyword. And that's where we use override, I'm guessing. I'm not even going to focus on Bat. For game and scene, you won't be overriding it. So those... Hold on. For game and scene, you won't be overriding it, so those clauses update does not need to be virtual. Right. Okay. We could just have them. Oh, one of the best themes I think I've ever heard in my life. What a good fucking song. Okay. So, in that case, this needs the override. A lot of benefits of knowing at compile time whether it's used that way. Fair enough. Fair enough, fair enough, fair enough. So, these have updates. Right now, we don't have anything that wants to be updated across all entities. But we do want dash timer and things to be updated across these. So, with update now, so you don't need to think about stuff like memory management, but it still has features that let you dig down into the lower level stuff. Yeah, I remember. I did not have a great time in C. I was not great at coding in C. Memory management, all that, not my jam. So this is like the lowest level that I'll go. Or at least that I have experience with. So, with this, we want to update the game time here for slime. So, we probably want to do this here. This is where we have things like... Wait, do we have slime defined here? Oh, we deleted bat. Right. Bat does not exist anywhere. God, there's just something about this that just goes crazy. Probably work best to implement update in for a bottom up starting with component. Wait, so I have component here. But like, what do I want component to update? God, what a good song. Oh, and then another good song. All these OSTs are bangers. They're crazy. Oh, you don't need to explicitly update your components in your derived class. That's good. Just make it virtual. Okay. Oh, right. We want this to be virtual. We need this to be virtual. Wait, do we need it to be virtual? Why? In slime, it's override? Huh. You'll update the components in entity update. Okay. Component types to implement. Okay. For component types. Ooh. Ooh. All right. Hold on. Whew. I just need to shake it out for a second. Just been straight trying to interpret all of this over 2.5 hours. Has me a little loopy, just a little bit, but I think I'm getting it. In entity, do the same thing, but entity is responsible for telling its component to update. So you need to write that instead of leaving it empty. So, same thing, but entity is responsible for telling its component to update. So you need to write that instead of leaving it empty. We wouldn't have that sprite update in slime. Fuck. Okay. We'll get back to it. We'll get back to it. So we need to tell component to update. The same way that entity is told by scene to update, the same way that scene will be told by entity, or scene will be told by game 1 to update. So would we do something like this, but instead of base, we would do like entity? No. You'd for each over the entity list. You need to loop over the list because every entity is the... I don't think this was correct code, though. I think it just... Do you know what... For each is one word? Interesting. Okay, and then we have a component list, so we would have to do the same thing here. Except with a component list. Right, because that's the way that we reference the component list with the, okay. Yeah. Okay. Ay. And component we just leave alone. So slime, ta-da! All right, so the whole update chain, everything updates one another, all the way down the line. Call the for each variable component just for. Wait, Polly called for each variable component. Just for clarity, what do you mean by that? Oh, fuck, you're right. Sorry. Okay. Nice. Okay. So now, anytime an entity gets updated, it'll run this update function, which will override and replace it with its own update. Then base.update. Consider bad code patterns obfuscates what's going on, but that's not very important. No functional impact. All right. Okay. Fair enough. We'll get back to that surely eventually. So you're saying that we wouldn't update the slime here? I disagree. Hey, yo. So, I had this before, but you let me know that this was probably not a good thing to do. Despite us having the animated sprite here, why would we not want to update the game sprite for the slime? Updating sprite is already handled by entity? Base update from slime that invokes the entity definition of update. Okay. You can choose whether to do that before or after slime's update logic in case it matters whether the component is updated before or after. Okay. Okay, but in this case, it doesn't matter. We don't even have anything in entity besides making sure the components are all updated. Okay. I'm gonna put this back where I found it. Which is here? Oh, it was here. Just to make sure that I have everything for whenever. Okay. Wow, this is a lot. This is a lot. Okay. So now we have updates all set up. Now we need to do renders, correct? Does render have its own class? We have a draw. But I don't know if that's... I'm guessing that's not the same as render. Then we have all the checks for the inputs. Oh, they do mean the same thing. Okay. I feel like there's so many things that wouldn't, but would we do the same when we're trying to draw? Scene wants to draw the entity, which for its components, I guess maybe it draws components. But we'll call scene render. Game1.draw. Entity render, which we'll call component render. Okay, so we do want to render everything in. So in a similar way here. With update, right. Stop trying to give me game time. How come render won't need... Oh, so you're saying render instead of draw. Assuming each entity has a draw method. Entity does not, and you're right, it doesn't until now. Oh wait, but if this is gonna be render's not the same as draw, or like it is, but like oh wait, no, we just have to change this to render and not have anything in here. And then we still have to have the same virtual for these because they are going to override each other. Oh wait, no, not here. No. And now everything references each other. And now, with this, now with entity referencing that, now we can draw, we can render the slime. But we wanna, So let me think here. Entity, there's nothing hard-coded in here. I assume if we want to draw, then we have to bring the sprite batch from here. Because then we want to be able to draw the slime from the slime. Or do we? Oh, well, yeah, because the scene handles when they come in and out, but we want to just be able to draw them, period, when they're invoked. So like for something like this, then I assume that we'd want to have this inside of a... Oh, let me undo that for a second. I assume that we want something similar here. Public override render. Wait, no, but this has to be a draw. Won't be overriding render. But then where do we still need them? Huh. Animated sprite will need to override render. Oh. Also, why do I still have this mono game library here? Thank you. So what you're saying is here. Void update. What are you extending? You're extending sprite. Animated sprite update hides inherited member component update. We're working on the render side of things. Need override key. Well, so this is for animated. Okay. So right now, I'm wondering where I'm supposed to put the... I'm just gonna get rid of this bat thing. I'm wondering where I'm supposed to put the render portion here. Or not even there, just here, maybe. So this is the animated sprite logic. So it's sprite that will override render. Oh. Render pipeline works basically the exact same as update. Yeah, so we have the scene entity component, like all the renders set up. But what is the difference functionally between override and draw here? Like, we've been using draw. So I could use draw instead. Or I could continue with render. Or have render call draw. So we would do it like... something like this, and then we call draw. Hold. It's a regular function here. Called it direct from the game class. I see. But it matters how we do it here, right? Like render. So if I just change this to render, everything will be fine? Nope. No, it will not. Oh, that's when I was having it draw my face. Forgot about that. Parameter list needs to match. Ah. Um. So we'll just keep using render because that's the way that we built scene. We built entity. I don't think you want the game parameter. I mean, I guess if we do this, and then we do this, and then we get rid of this. Why is that used there? Fucking, tutorial reasons. So, my question is, we have this draw that we're trying to do. We're trying to draw this blue. Or, no, this is blue. We're trying to draw the slime. Is the best place to draw this slime going to be... Sorry, I'm like tan on my hand because I helped my wife with tanning. Oh, I thought I was making my mouse tan. Whoops. We want to draw the slime. The slime, if it's in a render, from here, we want to put a render component in here. Right? Public void override. You'd render the scene to render the slime to render the sprite. Yes. Okay, so to render the slime to render the sprite. So in here is where I would override render. What? What? You don't need to override render in slime? Oh, right. Same reason why we didn't have to override before. Why? Hides inherited member? What do you mean hides? But it tells me to add the override. It tells me to add override. Wait, don't I have to override in... We need to override... I think... isn't that... Okay. It's okay. It's okay. So we have this. So we need to create this. Except... we would do this here. Fuck off. This needs to be sprite. Because we have the sprite here that we're going to draw. And then sprite batch sort. This is... Vertal rage baited me and I forgot to come back before work. Oh, what? Oh, what did Vertal do to you? Dot batch begin state. Really? How's game going? We've been doing a lot of refactoring. Lots of just infrastructure changes to the code base because it was not good, to say the least. But we're getting into a better position here. Sprite batch begins staging it. That's called just once each render. But then if we want to draw... What does sprite.draw look like? Just that? Why did it do that? What's inside it? Sprite batch, position, color, rotation, origin, scale, effects, layer depth. So could I just leave this at classic, Vertal? Classic. So you want to build the sprite class so you can render itself without help from the entity that houses it. Oh, so there's a problem with the sprite class right now. Hi, do you have some game dev? Thanks, Isaac. I've been trying to learn a lot here, and Cork and Programmatic have been carrying, to say the least. The wildcards are position and sprite bash. Okay, so this is relying on... Wait. Build a sprite class so it can render itself without... Until you both got 3 point... Wow. Wow, y'all are funny. That's pretty good. This is a little, this seems a little tricky. Sprite batch static, so sprite can access it directly, or have sprite batch be an argument to render. Make the sprite batch static so sprite can access it directly. Be an argument to render. So here you're saying no. Wait. An argument where? There's a lot of renders. Because there's so many renders, but I don't know which render you are talking about. Making sprite batch an argument to. Because what is sprite batch? Or no, don't answer that. No, that... Oh my goodness. Yeah, I think I'm not sure what the flow, what's going on here with render. I think that's what's tripping me up. I have no idea what's going on with render here. What I'm about to say is just one such approach. Okay, because like I'm looking at all these. I thought I understood. I don't actually know what's happening here. Has the sprite batch as a static field. So are you talking about this sprite batch? Is this being set to a variable of some kind? No, because that's beginning. That's beginning sprite batch. Where do I set sprite batch as a field? These are the only 5 instances of sprite batch. I have no idea how to set sprite batch as a static field. I think I'm missing what we were trying to do here. Because we have render. So sprite can access it without need provided as an argument. You can make the sprite batch. But see, I don't know what sprite batch is even doing. This is part of the tutorial that they skipped right above. They said, hey, here's a word wall of what this means. You can make a class, render args, that contains a sprite batch. Game 1 initializes the sprite batch and makes the render args object to contain it. Render args is added as a parameter to every render function all the way down the stack. So, oh fuck. So if you're asking me to make a class, you're asking me to make a new file here, right? It needs to be a whole different file. I'm just doing something like this. That contains a sprite batch. I don't know what containing a sprite batch means. Like this? This needs to stop. I think that was trying to create a constructor for it. Okay, but why is it not showing? I think that's the constructor for it. Anytime we call it. Use it. Okay, this song is not helping. I see. Okay. Ability to house whatever data you want to pass through the pipeline is not meant to have any of its own logic. Okay. So make a class render args that contains a sprite batch. Game 1 initializes the sprite batch and makes the render args object to contain. Like that? Now, every render method you write can have the render args as a parameter of sprite batch. I wish I knew what. So, like, sprite batch contains everything. I got that. But, like, what the let me get rid of this fucking useless code. I don't even know what question to ask because I am like that confused. Declare a local render. Oh. Is it, wait, isn't this what this is? Public, oh my god, dude. Render args? Well, render args is not supposed to exist. I'm creating, oh no, I can't do this. It's not. I have no idea what render args is supposed to be doing. Like a sprite batch. Sprite batch. Wait, what? Okay. I don't know if I'm just tired or what. Render args equals new render args sprite batch does not contain a constructor. Oh well, I had a constructor and okay, constructor can only be used for members of classes and similar concepts. Doesn't apply to local variable. Access modifiers can only be used for members of classes and similar concepts. Okay, hold on. I do want to write that down. Can only be used for members and doesn't apply to local variables. Good to know. Gonna say make it and then set args.spritebatch equals your. Let me get rid of this. I just want to get rid of everything that doesn't have to be right here. Okay. I just favor patterns that require a few touch points. That is fair. I still don't know what's going on. So we want to set render args to something else. Do we want to set? We don't want to set this to begin. Post initialization approach. I can't make the fields read only if I want. Okay. So let me try to understand this. So we have a new class where we're extending. Let me get rid of all this. I don't need any of that for now, at least. Graphics, render args. We're creating a new sprite batch field that anytime this is called, then we'll have a dedicated sprite batch. We're creating a new sprite batch, but how does this tie into everything? Like, I don't see how the line, I don't see the line. I don't see the movement to get to here. Add new fields to it without having to add more fields to render. I think that's the confusing part, is without having to add more fields to render. Why are we adding, or why would I, or what would I have had to do to add more fields as an argument to render? So I need to, you'll be passing this as an argument to render. So I need to create a render. So I need to create, well, no, because this is a local variable, so it's only for draw. So unless, do I get rid of draw? Not in game 1? Oh my goodness. So why am I struggling so hard with this? You're tasked with something, let's say fixing a lawnmower, and I am providing the tools you need. What is a hammer when I don't know what a hammer looks like? I can put those things in a toolbox. I can give you a wrench, a rag, and a socket. I can give you each individual thing. So we're trying to render everything at once. So once we're in game 1, we're trying to render the whole game at once. Or the whole, not at once, but like, the args class is the toolbox. This is going to house all of the things that are rendered. And so we're trying to pass this one new argument to all of your render methods. So we're trying to add in some words or less. Something like this. Oh, I thought, okay, well, why? Okay. Okay. So each individual component here is going to handle that stuff. And the render args are going to be in here. Nope. So it can pass all the way through. Okay. Okay. So the only thing that's confusing is up here. So we're creating render args. And we need to pass this into render. Correct so far. After the beginning, the sprite batch. So we just do that. Just tell the scene to render and give it the arguments. So are we doing this render inside of here? Like... Active scene dot render. I think it is called active scene. Okay, because we defined it in setup initial scene. The scene gets initialized by setup initial scene. We create a new scene. Active scene dot add entity. Oh, an active scene exists up here? Active scene does exist up there. And then... Okay. So, we're creating a toolbox, which is the sprite batch. We pass the toolbox into the active scene so that the scene can go all the way down the line. Down the line, we have slime, whose job is to... Doesn't need this... Wait, slime doesn't need the render method? But then where... Entity already takes care of that? But it... How does it... But how does it... How does it do... Doesn't this have to make it somewhere? Doesn't this, like, actual draw statement have to go somewhere? The sprite is a component. It's rendering itself now. Wait. It's rendering itself. I think I lost the plot here a little bit. Sprite just needs to override render so it calls draw. It's override render and do drawing there. Now sprite needs a way to get its entity's position. Either pass the calling entity as an argument to component render, a component hold a reference to its entity. Let me read that one again. Components typically have a reference to their entity. Have component hold a reference to its entity. So you're saying this component holds a reference to its wait. Hold on. hold on. It's so hard to understand when you're trying to talk, when you say components, whether you're talking about the components. Base component will have an entity field. So we have to create a reference to the entity that it belongs to? What? 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 Hey there, bro. What's going on, mutant? Welcome on in. I am getting carried. I am getting dragged through the finish line here on trying to build a game, and trying to refactor. What we're doing here. Okay, so make sure it's set and cleared appropriately in the entity add remove component. So here, so remove component. So we want to set entity to. Okay, so we have an entity field that we have to populate with. Set the component's entity this when you add it, and to null when you remove it. Oh, this. Well. It's almost like these things have been done before. Crazy. Okay. So component.entity equal to this. So the component is referencing itself. Or not itself. The component is referencing this entity that has it. So that back in Sprite, when we're drawing the render args, or when we're drawing this, then we need to do... This is extending component. So then we do component.entity. Does component not exist? No, it doesn't. Wait, how did we do it here? Component.entity, because they pull in component. No, so it has to be something else. Oh, because entity's already, it already knows what entity is. Dot position, because it's referencing the position of the entity that we already have. Holy fuck. To get this clear, so we're extending component. Component has an entity and its position because component has an entity, and entity has the position that we've marked off. So we can reference the entity component's position, the component, the entity's position through component. And we don't need this anymore because we are now referencing the position of the entity. We don't need this anymore at all. We don't even need this. Once the bat is set up, then anything that is an entity with a defined position will be drawn at that position. Okay, Cork, I think... I was so hung up on this line of code. This single line of code going, well, what the fuck do you mean? Don't we have to define it for everything? Well, that's what the position fields that we created earlier were for. Well, not just for that, but like, they just have a position and we want them drawn at the position that they're at all the time anyway. So that is the position that we want them to be at. That's the position that we want the sprites to be at. Okay. 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 So, The sprites are where they belong. The slime, I mean, I don't know if this is gonna actually work here, but we're meant to have it there to some degree. Set up the scene. Update the slime animated sprites. Now we don't need this anymore because this is getting handled by the updates here. So these can go. This is part of entity rather than as a component. Is for this to work as a component, you have to do what you just did, but also search the entity's component list to find the transform in order to find the... Okay, yeah. Yeah, that does sound a little more fucked up. Position part of entity rather than as components. That for this, to work as a component, you'd have to do what you just did, but also search the entity's component list to find the transform in order to find the... Okay. Right. I can delete this, right? We no longer need this because programmatic, like you said, this is getting handled by our whole update to update structure down the line. I'm playing Hollow Knight right now, and I got very confused. I think you're having a very epic moment of Hollow Knight right now. I don't know. Do you see the sealed vessel coming after you? If you don't, turn around. But have it update the scene. Huh? Have it update the scene? Oh, I see. Dot update the scene. Did you just spawn in the broken elevator shaft and fuck me up? Neat. Yeah. No, I was giving you a heads up. I was trying to be nice to you. Call active scene dot update. Yes. Okay. So, from here, the slime position is now defined by specifically oh, shit. Wait a second. Specifically by the slime position here. As a part of... Or am I not even close to trying to get this to work now? Huh. Get rid of slime position. I think you now have all the necessary infrastructure to rebuild what you had before. You have entity position, but like entity position needs to be... What if we specifically want an end? It's a position that every entity has. If every entity has this, then every entity will have a bounding circle. Right? If I change this to entity dot position. So you now have a design decision. Fuck. We're not gonna make it. With 30 minutes left of the stream. Oh, we're not gonna make it. Or B, do a programmatic set and make a collider component. Oh. Okay. So this is what I'm thinking. Does it make sense from a design perspective to make a screen bounding component? So like something that houses all of this logic. A works if it's bespoke. Because different... If I make a component... If I make a bounding component, then I would still be able to apply unique bounds to each entity, right? But then I should also make a general screen bound component that keeps everything on screen. I guess that sounds like a design choice, but as long as you make those properties of the component. Okay. Okay. So I think let's try something here. Let's try something here. So yeah, it's called bounding component. That's what we're gonna run with for now. That extends the component. Creative workspace and its coding. Break out the crayons and pipe cleaners. Everyone start drawing on my screen right now. On your screen, actually. How's it going, Shredberg? What are you up to? What's going on? So, in this case, I would want to make certain bounding components as far as what game one is concerned. I'm watching Twitch at work, you know? Fair. If you got the chance to watch Twitch at work. All common movement logic and screen bounding could be part of that. Tie it into the collision system you don't have yet, so you can use the collision shape for that. But a circle property field as part of the bounding component is a good interim solution. So a circle property field as part of the bounding component. So this is where, well, first off, we'd want to make... Hold on. So okay. So circle property field, property slash field. So if we're looking at this, that's kind of what this is. Like, it's just bounds. So would we have multiple things like this? So for instance, we'd have circle, we'd have square. And then be able to apply those. Like a public circle slime bounds. For some reason, making a whole new component has completely broken my brain. Fuck. So we have entities, we have slimes. These have specific things to them. Animated sprite. So this is where, when we get there, this is where we would add the bounding component. Can we start there? Oh, sorry. No, it wouldn't be like this. It would be like private bounding component bound. Let's say that. Ultimately, we want to be able to do this. Right? Get a working solution, but Okay. And that's how we assign components to certain things. So when we do this, we are making this a property of that, which means that anything in bounding component is going to apply to. So in here, before we even say circles, the most important thing is that things are bounded within the game. So I assume that this is probably the, like, first and foremost, like, this is what we'll want to see. Graphics device. What do I need? What do I need for that? Do I need... XNA framework. I have monogame library. Oh, I need framework graphics, I think. Nope. Object reference required for the non-static field. No. Wait. An object reference is required for the non-static field method or property. An object reference. What do you mean? What's wrong with this? What is wrong with you? What is wrong with this? It's one of those things that make a game code slowly devolve. The easy thing is to just put it into the component, but the size of the screen is a global concept. The size of the screen is a global concept. So, what the fuck am I supposed to put in here that I would want to be affected by everything in this component? Like, because if this is a global concept and we're just like, keep it there, like we're gonna stay there, then like, I guess then we do want to have this be the bounds of it. So if this is about the size of the window and you're okay with letting the size of the window affect gameplay, you can house it in game and refer to it that way. I think this is just, you know, I don't necessarily want it to affect gameplay, but I need to come up with a whole camera and system and stuff eventually. So like, I'm okay with keeping it just so that I can have a controlled environment, but then get rid of it when I have like a camera system and stuff. Which, holy shit, I'm hoping that once the infrastructure is figured out, then other things move a little faster. Not faster. Like, I'm hoping that I can process information faster. That is what I mean. I know that this is a slow and arduous process, but like, I hope that I am processing information at a quicker rate so that I can do this better. Make a bounding box entity, add it to the scene, and then component can look for the bounding box to know what to enforce. Oh, I think so. Ignoring the bounds then. If we want a bounding component, I think I understand us using it for the sprite, but I just... Yeah, exactly. I just want to understand the design pattern that we're trying to follow here, and I think it'll make sense. Here under component, I'm only assigning it to, so I could theoretically. I think my hang up is, how do I make, like, this is what I would like to do, right? And I wait, so in this case, would I go entity dot position dot x? No. Why are you saying no? Aren't we doing something similar down here? Or sorry, not down here, but... we're doing something similar for the sprite. Entity, oh, lowercase entity dot position. A field initializer cannot reference the non-static field method or property. If you're... wait. Circle doesn't work here? Excuse me? Is it because I don't have one of these things? Weird. A minimum viable solution would be for bounding component to have two fields, a rectangle for the bounds and a... instead of a method. I see. I'd have to put it into a method. B for bounding component have two fields, a rectangle for the bounds and a padding for the distance stay away from the edge. Okay. Okay. So I need one of these. And in this. Do I need this to be a public override? And then in the updates, then we run this. Apparently circle still doesn't mean anything. But a rectangle for the bounds. So if we wanted to specify bounds, we could create a new rectangle for the bounds. And a padding for the distance to stay away from the edge. This would be equivalent to the radius of the circle. Okay, so are you just saying rectangle to make it easier than fucking trying to work with a circle right now? Right now, the namespace cannot be found. Why can't your namespace be found? What am I missing here? Don't worry about that right now? Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough, fair enough. I could try to bring in rectangle and do the same thing here. Or something similar. So the screen bounds. No, sorry. I'm guessing X. We probably want this. Oh, I don't know. I don't know what the properties are. If you ever over uncircle quick fix. Oh. Add using statement. Okay. And now it's still asking for slime width and height. Which we don't have an entity. We don't. That yeah, I saw that. I saw that. Which I don't understand how that's working if we got rid of monogame. Do you want the collider that interacts with the screen bounds to be the same collider the enemy uses for other interactions? Probably not. Probably not. This is just, for me, I am just conceptually trying to put a collider on... I'm trying to put a collider on the entity that has it. So in this case, the slime, adding the bounding component, just so conceptually I understand how these components interact with entities. But this is indicating to me, what was slime before? Then could the collider be a field on the bounding?
This is a useless
You can let the
Pokemon.
collider... Also, hello there, boss. How's it going?
No!
Welcome on in. You could let the collider be a field on the bounding component. I'm doing pretty good. I've been doing a lot of learning in the last 4 hours. It's been rigorous, but I think rewarding. You could be a field... You don't have colliders for any of that yet, so this is going to be an interim solution until you have that. Okay. Okay. So. I don't have slime width... Or wait, do I have slime width and height? Hold up. Let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of the component. We don't really need that. Could just be a rectangle. I mean, it could. I was almost there with this. There's already a rectangle type. I know. I just haven't read what any of the things are. This is what I was trying to do. I guess if I took the entity XYs. I don't know what the... Okay, so... Width, height? So what are these? Show me... Rectangle! Show me your properties. Don't change how you get the screen bounds. Oh, well, I think we're working... I think we're doing two different things right now. There are two rectangles involved here. Yes. Colliders will be components. This will eventually need to look for all the colliders in the entity's component list to get those. But for now, just a boring number will do. Okay. So. Yeah, colliders will be... I get that. That's fine. This will eventually need to look for all the colliders in the entity's component. Oh, so the component will look through a component list? So this will look at an entity's component list in order to interact with them differently? Would we pass that into component the same way that we can pass position of the entity through component? So like in the component class? Why aren't you working? Quick fixes to fix. Well, I was hoping it'd be... An object reference is required for the non-static field. You can pass in this component's dependencies in the component. This component's dependencies in the constructor instead of searching the entity. Oh, I have a reference to the entity. Oh. Okay, so like... Let's just do this for now. Let's just do this for now. What? Oh, I see. It's because this. Cool. Okay, so that's the entity bounds. Why aren't you working? I want to make a function that's essentially search the component list for components of this type as part of the entity class because it's a common thing to do. Okay. All right, so right now I just want to create the bounding box for the screen and the bounding box for the rectangle. And these are just lists until we do the math here. Okay. Why isn't this working? An object reference is required for the non-static field method or property. What do you mean though? First create an instance of the class. What? It no longer resolves to an object. I see. So if I make it static here, right? No. What? What? Why don't you work? Invalid token. But why? Time to learn the singleton pattern? Oh my goodness, what are these things? What are you talking about? I'll write it down, but singleton pattern. Oh, goodness. What the why doesn't this work? And why is there invalid token in a member? Why is there two of them? One instance of a class is ever meant to exist? What the fuck? What the fuck? I was thinking maybe I was missing a using here. Let's see. Well, I copied everything. Unfortunate. Oh goodness, oh gracious, oh goodness. Oh goodness, oh goodness, oh gracious, oh goodness. Confirmed it's a member of whatever game one inherits. Okay. So, yeah, so I get that, but okay, that means that I can't do this here. So let's just, for the sake of fucking, we're very close. We're 6 minutes away from ending stream. We have screen bounds here. So this will, any component, any entity that extends or that adds this component will have a bounding box of its X and Y positions in this way. You have public static game1 instance equal to null. Then in the constructor of game1 set instance to this. What? Wait. But wait. I guess if there's a way to fix this, then I see it. But like, is this all that we have? No. Wait a second. We add this, but now we'd have to come back here. And then entity bounds becomes what we compare against. So like I'll leave that there. I'll get rid of this. But then this can be entity bounds. Am I crazy? I am crazy. Fuck. And this concept means the field is globally unique and all references to it refer to the exact same variable. Non-static member is per instance. The field is globally unique. Refer to the exact same variable. Oh, okay. I see. So you're saying like static variables are referenced via the type, non-static variables are via the object. Okay. So if you said public static game1 instance equals null, then the constructor of game1 set instance equal this. God, I don't think I think we just have to leave it for next time. I would love to continue working on this, and I'm excited to continue working on this. I think we have something pretty close, but it is coming to be that time where I have to cut stream. Okay, that makes sense when the error came up, because I was like, it says it's already there, so. All right, but guys, I cannot express to you how awesome this has been and how helpful it's been, Cork. You have a job to do, and yet you are here helping me with this. Genuinely, like, it's made it so much more fun to like get to kind of do like a, I'd call it paired programming, but it's really just hey, listen to us, and then you can do what you want to do. I do want to finish this. We're not going to get to it tomorrow, because tomorrow we are going to be doing the rest of what's that map? Summit. We got more Summit gameplay. We got GM Summit red map goodness. So we're going to be doing that tomorrow. And on Monday, I'm thinking we might be able to revisit this and continue. I think this has been the most enjoyably, like, strange, like, just brain mashing brain overload I've received in a while. And it's kind of cool. It's kind of cool. I'm quite excited to keep working on it. I'm gonna see if I can bully Sky a little bit. I want to see if I can bully Sky a little bit and be like, hey, yo, so what if we work on this together, huh? Maybe I'll get to pick her brain a little bit and see what she thinks of this whole, you know, the model that we're trying to follow here and everything. But I am going to try on my own to see if I can, like, shuffle things around, because now it looks like we're at the stage where we're, like, slowly moving things from the update of game 1 into all of its respective files, now that we have, like, the infrastructure to support component, entity, scene level changes, and make them distinct instead of all of them just being shoved into one game script. So I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna see if it makes enough sense for me to do that, and we'll find out, I guess. But genuinely, this has been so much fun. I've been having so much fun trying to work out, like, the kinks in this, and then getting it to a stage where, like, once the infrastructure's laid out, then hopefully we can start cruising. We can actually make it through. So let us find someone to raid, and I have to run. I needed to piss an hour and a half ago, but I've just been so hell-bent on working through this that, like, I just couldn't stop. So who can we raid? Go piss girl, thank you. Thank you. Let's go raid Paradash. She raided us before. Let's go hit her back with one. Oh, Foe is streaming though. Foe is streaming. Relort. Mr. Heck. Oh, we'll raid Paradash. We will raid Paradash. That is a-okay with me. She's very cool and doing Mario stuff. All right, everyone, thank you for being here. Thank you for coming by. Another long stream in the books. Absolutely crushed it. Good luck with the game dev. Thank you. I'm gonna need it. I'm gonna need it. Cork and Programmatic. Absolutely incredible. Thank you so much for so much of your help and so much of your time working through it and being patient with me, especially because I hate sounding stupid, but sometimes I can only ask questions in the dumbest way possible, and y'all have made it very approachable to try and understand what's going on. And I'm excited to see what I can do from here on out. And, you know, hopefully I'll get to see you in another stream in the future. Next week, we will definitely be working more on this. Until then, tomorrow, we have Red GM Summit that we're going to be doing. It's going to be another 8 hours. We're in 1,000 meters right now, and hopefully we will be past that tomorrow. Yeah, we have no more to-dos. The only to-do we have left is facing Carry Carrarium and also doing a cooking baking stream probably next week. I used to be a programming TA, and you're one of the easiest students I've had. That's crazy. Don't. Okay, well, I do have a whole CS degree. But that being said, I think I'm glad to overperform as far as a student, but I am sad to say I do have a CS degree and probably underperforming in that regard. So everyone, peace out and wish Parrot the best of luck. I will see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.